Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. May peace, mercy, and blessings be upon us all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fadila Zahra, and I will be your master of ceremony for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Conference Beauty, Constellation and Sky Cultures, Babylonian, Greek, and Southeast Asia. It is an honor to have you all here with us, both in person and online. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend you a warm welcome to all of you attending this international conference that is flying in. Before we first, allow me to acknowledge and extend our sincere duty to the distinguished individuals who are present with us today. Director of Walisongo Semarang, Professor Dr. Haji Nizar M. The Dean of the Faculty of Syariah and Law, Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Ghafur M.A.G., who will give the welcoming speech. The deans and leaders of Walisongo Semarang, our esteemed speakers, Dr. Susan M. Hoffman, astronomer and historian of Science Conference, Seoul University, Vienna, Germany, and Secretary of the International Astronomical Union. Afifah Yamani MSG, Astronomical Communicator of Langit Selatan, Indonesia. Nurul Fatini Jafar BSc from University Malaya, Malaysia, and Sahabat Langit, aka Salih. Profesor Dr. Haji Ahmad Izzuddin MAG, Chairperson of the Association of Indonesian Islamic Astronomy, Lectures, Asosiasi Dosen Falak Indonesia. We are deeply honored to have you such distinguished guests and experts with us to share their insight and expertise on today's theme, Constellation and Sky Cultures, Babylonian, Greek, and Southeast Asia. Before we start, allow me to outline the agenda for today's program. The first agenda is opening. The second agenda is the recitation of Holy Quran. The third agenda is singing of Indonesia Raya. The fourth agenda is listening to the Walisongo. The fifth agenda is welcoming speech which will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Syariah and Law, Professor Dr. Haji Ghafur M.A.G. The sixth agenda is prayer, led by Dr. Mahsun M.A.G. The seventh agenda is presentation session by Dr. Ahmad Shifaul Anam M.H. Let us now begin with the opening event. Let us open this event by reciting our basmalah. Second agenda is recitation of the Holy Quran. To bless our event, we will begin with the recitation of Holy Quran by Mushfiq Aula Ulinha. Your stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فالق الإصباح وجعل الليل سكنا والشمس والقمر حسبانا ذلك تقدير العزيز العليم. وهو الذي جعل لكم النجوم لتهتدوا بها في ظلمات البر والبحر. قد فصلنا الآيات لقوم يعلمون. وهو الذي أنشأكم من نفس واحدة من نفس واحدة فمستقر ومستودع. قد فصلنا الآيات لقوم يفقهون. قد فصلنا الآيات لقوم يفقهون. صدق الله العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. على رسول الله وأصحابه الأخيار. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you for the beautiful invitation. Dr. Engineer is singing of Indonesia Raya. Next, we kindly invite everyone to stand and join in singing Indonesia Raya, led by Miss Syariah.
Marilah bersama Universitas Islam Negeri Walisongo,
jemput masa depan, tunjukkan prestasi, jadi unggul di setiap langkahmu.
kobarkan semangatmu, jihad menggali ilmu, bangkitlah era baru menunggu, menjadi insan profesional sejati, dambaan umat dinanti.
Bekerja,
berkarya, berbakti untuk bangsa. Bekerja, berkarya, berbaktilah karena Allah, berlandaskan akidah dengan akhlak karimah, umat menanti dharma baktimu, berkompetisi menggapai ridho ilahi, ciptakan damai di bumi.
bekerja,
Berbakti untuk bangsa.
bekerja,
Berbaktilah karena Allah, berlandaskan akidah dengan akhlak karimah, umat menanti dharma baktimu, berkompetisi menggapai ridho ilahi, ciptakan damai di bumi, ciptakan damai di bumi, ciptakan damai di bumi.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. Next, agenda Welcoming speech will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Syariah and Law, Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Ghafur M.Ag. Now let's invite Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Ghafur M.Ag to say his name.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi 'allama bil qalam, 'allamal insana ma lam ya'lam. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil anam wa ala alihi wa ashabihi masadulam. Excellency Rektor Universitas Semarang, Profesor Dr. H. Nizar Ali M.Ag. Excellency Vice Rector, all of Vice Rector Universitas Semarang, Honorable all of him, Universitas Semarang, who have taken the time to attend this International Semarang, especially Fakultas Dakwah, Profesor Dr. Poldi. Honorable all speakers will convey their ideas on this beautiful international conference with them Constellation and Sky Cultures, Babylonian, Greek and Southeast Asia, namely one atau first, Professor Dr. Susan M. Hoffman, Germany and Secretary of International Astronomical Union. She is an astronomer and historian of astronomy from Berlin, Germany, Europe. She has been working as scientific staff at university and freelance independent scholar in planetarium and museum, who will deliver a presentation with title Greek and Babylonian Sky Culture. Second, Nur Fatini Ja'far from University Malaysia via online. Akademi Pengajian Malaya graduate student who will pass on the material about Malaysia Sky Cultures. Third, Miss Afifah Yaman, Master Science, Astronomy Communicator from ITB, who will convey the title Dongeng sebagai Sarana Komunikasi Astronomi. She is communicator astronomy from Langit Selatan, South Sky. Fourth, Mr. Professor Dr. H. Ahmad Izin M.Ag, the expert, the lecturer from Fakultas of Syariah and Law, UIN Walisongo Semarang, who will deliver konstelasi bintang Indonesia, or the Indonesia Stars Constellation. Respectable all leaders, the Faculty of Syariah and Law, Universitas Semarang, Vice Dean 1, 2, and 3, Head of Study Program, Secretary of Study Program, Head of Section, and the others. And unforgettable, all of international conference participants who attend and gather in this interesting international conference with them Constellation and Sky Culture, Babylonian, Greek, and Southeast Asia. Firstly, let's thank unto our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most gracious and the most merciful. Because of His blessing and mercies, we can attend and gather in this meeting without any problems and obstacles. Secondly, salat and salam always be with our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who guided us from the darkness to the lightness, from stupidity to cleverness, namely Islam religion, that we love together very much. Certainly, I never forget to say thank you very much to the MC who has given me the time or opportunity to deliver welcome speak at this international program under title Constellation and Sky Culture, Babylonian, Greek, and Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, on this opportunity, as the leader of FSA, Fakultas of Syariah and Law, I would like to say two things. First, we would like to thank everyone who attended this international conference, and we would like to welcome you to this forum, especially all of the speakers who will convey their ideas and in this international conference forum. Also, the leaders, especially the rector and vice rector, or the dean, especially from Fakultas Dakwah dan Komunikasi, Mr. Professor Fauzi. We would like to thank, second, we would like to thank all those who have helped organize this international conference, both related to infrastructure as well as the material of this conference. This international conference aims to explore the role of constellation and celestial culture in shaping the identity of civilization in Babylonia, Greece, and Southeast Asia. In Babylon, for example, observation of sky were combined with a very advanced astronomical system, which was not only used to predict eclipses or weather, but also for religious ritual. Babylonian astronomical records became an important foundation for development of world astronomy. Meanwhile, in Greece, constellations were not only viewed as scientific objects, but also become a major element in mythology. Gods and heroes were often immortalized in the sky in this form of constellation, which later provide inspiration for philosophical and scientific thinking about the cosmos. Then, in Southeast Asia, celestial culture also plays an important role in daily life. People in different regions use the stars as guides for agricultural activities, seafaring, and spiritual rituals. This knowledge is passed down through generation, through folklore, art, and rich oral tradition. I think, in my opinion, by presenting expert from various disciplines, the seminar is expected to broaden our understanding of the contribution of Babylonian, Greek, and Southeast Asia. In addition, the seminar also provides an opportunity to compare and find similarities and differences in the interpretation of the cosmos between these civilizations. We hope that this forum can be used as a forum for mutual discussion and mutual enlightenment between each other, especially those related to constellation and sky cultures, Babylonian, Greek, and Southeast Asia. We hope that the seminar forum can be used as a place to exchange ideas to enlighten each other among the participants especially. We apologize if there are any shortcomings and mistakes in organizing this international conference, and uh, I, uh, I, I'm sorry and apologize. Finally, once again, we thank you for all. And finally, allow us the convey pantun. Jalan-jalan ke banjir kanal, tidak lupa membeli lumpia di Pandanaran. Mari kita ikuti bersama konferensi internasional untuk bersama-sama meningkatkan pencerahan dan ilmu pengetahuan. That's all my speech. If you have one mistake in my speech, please forgive me. Actually, we hope that the director or Vice Dean one can open this international conference, but because they can attend in this forum. Also, let's open the beautiful meeting, the beautiful international conference with bacaan basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for nice attention. And the last I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your kindness. Let's Angela is prayer. If it's so let's decision, we would like to invite Dr. Mahsud and Agli to lead us in prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. ألم يدنا ولم يجزاك رسالة ولم يدكم الفاتحة. من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد سيد الأولين والآخرين وتبارك وتعالى عن كل شهادة رسول الله أجمعين. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمد الناعمين حمد الشاكرين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي الجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم قدرك. بسم الله ما شاء الله لا يسلك الخير إلا الله. بسم الله ما شاء الله لا يصرف السوء إلا الله. بسم الله ما شاء الله ما كان من نعمة فمن الله. بسم الله ما شاء الله لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. اللهم علمنا بما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجعل جمعنا جمعا مرحوما واجعل تفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما ومكتوما برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عليم يا غفار يا رب العالمين. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you for leading the prayer. The last agenda is presentation session, moderated by Dr. Ahmad Shifaul Anam, MD. You know, We now proceed the main session of today's conference. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Dr. Ahmad Cipaul Anam M.K., the head of the Planetarium and Observatory at Walisongo, Semarang, who will guide us through the presentation and discussion. Dr. Ahmad Cipaul Anam, the stage is yours. This concludes of my part as the master of ceremony. I hope everyone has a fruitful and inspiring conference. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Sayyidina Muhammad ibn Abdillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa mawalah wa man tabi'an ma ba'd. The honorable speakers that are available here, and one thing that we have to be very proud here because it is the hybrid seminar, the hybrid international conference, because we are attending here for two type of people coming at this course, this field, but at the same time, people who are attending virtually. And also the speaker also coming from, I can say for you already, it is very pleasure for you all. Just wait a second because I need the read of the curriculum vitae all the speaker here because people do not know how wonderful you are person coming here. So I would like to give you some brief of your curriculum vitae before we are starting to discuss everything. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, actually, in our culture, Indonesian culture, and also mostly in many civilizations, I think, in the worldwide, have done in observation of the sky. You know, it's been done for many, many centuries ago. All people see and observe the sky in the night and also day and night. And by the way, uh, after we are conducting many researches, many what kind of observations of the sky, but they have some different meaning. They get some kind of different name, including the constellation of the star and also asterism, right? Asterism is mostly kind of the constellation of the star, but merely that not only constellation, also, but it is about asterism. Many people, many civilizations have observed for many centuries, but the different meaning is already been done. So today we would like to discuss about the constellation and sky cultures, including the Babylonian and Greek and also Southeast Asia, because we have lived in many borders, we have different cultures. So according the constellation of the star and so asterism, is there anything different between what constellation of the star and also the meaning of the impacting of our culture? So to discuss about the constellation as well as the reason and impact or the correlation with the cultures is this have been done. So we have some very good and very awesome speakers. I would like to mention all of the participants here. The first one is, okay, have you know each other? Have you know? The first one is Susanna Puchman. Okay, okay. And can you say hey something? Say hello. It's from Jena University, from the uh, Friedrichsfeld University from Jena, Germany. She is very expert in, I would like to say, in historic and philosophy of astronomy. That is very much for this meet for this morning. So we would like to give some fruitful discussion with her because she is very good in the history and philosophy of astronomy. And the second one, I would like to give some explanation about sky culture. She's, I can say, if you are more likely visited for Langit Selatan in .com, I think you know everybody that learn about the astronomy. We would like to come to this website, and she is the founder of langitselatan.com. Please give big applause to the to Afifah Kriaman. And also we also have one of the coming from the Malaysia. I'd like to introduce all of you all. He will be in virtual because he not came to Indonesia today, but he would like to introduce to you all Nurul Fatini Jafar. Fatini Jafar, I'm so sorry. Nurul Fatini Jafar. Maybe in Indonesian style we can say Jafar. Also, he is founder of Langit Utara. Nah, this one is Langit Selatan, and Nurul Fatini Jafar is the founder of Sahabat Langit Utara. Salute. So welcome to the Nurul Fatini Jafar. Would like to give some explanation about the what is it the constellation, especially among the Malaysian culture. And the last but not the least, we have very good famous lecturer Falak in Walisongo, Semarang. Please welcome Professor Dr. Kiai Ahmad Izzuddin. I think everybody here is very well known and will discuss about the Indonesian sky cultures. I think the perspective of Indonesian culture. Well, I have mentioned all the speaker here that we will deliver his speech and explanation. And before we am going, I would like to the order of the speech. Okay, the order of the speech. Maybe the first one, please kindly. The first one is Susan Hoffman. Okay, and the second one would like to give some time to Afifah Yamani. And the third, we are in hybrid. So please with Fatih Jafar. With Fatih Jafar, you have been joined the Zoom. Can you say something? Because I just want to make sure you are coming virtually. Hello? Have you been joined? Have you been joined this meeting virtually? Nurul Fatini Jafar? Oh, okay. But later because yeah. Hello? Morning, Tini. Then Fatini Jafar. Okay, later. So he will be the third speaker, and the last would like to give the presentation for the fourth speaker. So please, Professor Ahmad Izzuddin will give the last speaker for today. Okay, before we am going to start these fruitful discussions, I give you, please be kindly be so very good in clap your hand to all the speaker here today this morning. Well, because the time so limited, we have four person that will speak. Maybe it is better we give all of the speaker for maybe 15 minutes. 15 minutes is enough? What do you think, Susan? Okay, 30 minutes. Oh, supposed to be, we will discuss 30 minutes is including the ask and question, I think. So what do you think, Babiba? What do you think? Okay. Well, actually, we would like to keep some more time. Okay, because we have some, okay, to 12 o'clock is 9:30. Okay, after discussing, we keep all the speaker for 30 minutes to explain what the presentation. And for the first one, please welcome this kindly to give some explanation about the uh, constellation and sky culture from the perspective of the Babylonian and Greeks will be delivered by uh, Susan and Wolfman. So please be welcome. Will be seated or in the stages? In the stage? What do you think? Which one is the better? Okay, okay, okay. So, okay, yeah, fine.
I want to give you a brief introduction on Greek and Babylonian sky cultures. The issue is that we actually do not have any or visual representation of the Babylonian sky culture. So first, I quickly explain how I derived this sky culture, how I know about that, and then I will go in some details, just briefly mentioning um, it, what what is the basic issue of them. So I will go for the Greek culture first, because we do have some sources here, written sources as well as depictions. Then I explain how I derived the Babylonian sky culture. I give a brief outlook on the Egyptian, a brief note on the Egyptian one, which is linked to both of them. And now let's go. So first, from the Greek culture, we do have one written source, which is a compendium of, say, a millennium or some, at least half a millennium of research, which is the Almagest, a book written in the 2nd century CE. And some of you have seen that before, because I frequently present it like this. It's written there's a star catalog written in a tabular layout, and we have the names of the constellations as headlines, and then the stars within the constellation listed below the headline. And then we have coordinates in a orthogonal coordinate system as we know it today, and magnitudes as we want to display these stars on the globe. With this resource, with this database, we can derive the constellations of the 2nd century CE. And here I used a mathematical routine called the convex hull polygons in order to summarize all stars that are listed below one of these constellation names. And this is how we know where a constellation in the sky is exactly located, exactly given by coordinates. And then we can reconstruct the image that was imagined, because the star names are described by positions in the figure. Like the star at the left shoulder, the star at the right shoulder of a person, the star in the head, the star in the feet. So the stars in the feet. So that is why we can know exactly how the figure looked like for this specific author. And then, of course, we can compare it to other Greek authors, and we will find differences. In the Stellarium software, I implemented at least 3 Greek sky cultures. So the one that I just explained by Ptolemy, given by Ptolemy's text and coordinates of the stars, was easily, drawable. So we can make stick figures, we can combine stars, because we know what star is in the left or right wing of a specific bird constellation, and we can draw these lines. And this was done by high school students, actually, under my supervision, so they drew these lines according to the text. But then we can compare these images, these stick figures, with an ancient historical globe, also preserved from the 2nd century CE. The same area, the same time roughly. So this marble object that you can see here is actually, it does not show stars, only images, but we can map these images to the areas that I've shown before. And you can see here that the areas roughly match, but the image, how it is imagined, does not really match in many cases. So, for instance, this marble object, by the way, is called the Farnese globe. And you can see here a dolphin, a huge dolphin in the marble globe, in the drawing in marble. But for Ptolemy, only he sort of cut off the tail of this huge dolphin, and this was then named by Ptolemy, was named the bust of a horse. So only the head of the horse, now named Equuleus by the International Astronomical Union. And now our modern constellation of the dolphin is much smaller. So you can see there was some change ongoing. Even in ancient Greek times, people changed their imagination, how they projected the figures, the images into the sky. And you can see on the marble globe, there is a huge eagle with a head hanging downwards. And this object, this huge bird here, was apparently the original Greek imagination. But Ptolemy draws this eagle differently. For Ptolemy, the eagle is much smaller and is carrying a little man. This little man, Ptolemy, named Antinous. Antinous is a Greek a name of a teenager fellow of the Roman emperor of this time. So we don't know exactly what their relationship was, but people around in the court of the emperor became jealous of Antinous because he was the favorite person of the emperor. So he was a consultant and a good friend and always accompanied the emperor. And then people tried to and was successful in killing Antinous. So Antinous died before he was 20 years old because he fell into the Nile River when the Roman emperor was in Egypt. So then Antinous fell into the river and he was not able to swim. So he got drowned. And we don't know if that was actually, history doesn't report if that was an accident or a murder. But we know that Antinous died. Then, of course, the emperor was very, very sad. And then a cult, the image of Antinous was deified in the Roman Empire. Antinous games were invented in Athens. Antinous temple was built in Rome. And Ptolemy in Alexandria, Egypt, projected the figure, the image of Antinous into the sky and designed, imagined, invented a new constellation for him. So he was deified. He was, of course, he was human, but he was still considered something like a god then, after this incident. Actually, for making this new constellation, we know today that Ptolemy instrumentalized an ancient, even older Babylonian constellation, because the Babylonians had in this position an eagle and the figure, the image of a corpse, of a dead man who was unnamed, but just the imagination that an eagle carries the soul of a dead person towards the sky. And Ptolemy found this older Babylonian constellation and reinterpreted in his style, in his 2nd century, and invented this new image. Also, on the Farnese object, on the marble globe, you see that the globe is carried by an atlas figure, by a man, and this man has to hold the constellation, the globe, and that is why his hands are somewhere and cover some stars. And this is what we also can see in the marble object. We can find other reminiscences of older Babylonian constellations, like the lion was originally Babylonian. the Greek hydra with a raven on its tail is originally Babylonian. They, in this time, in the Greco-Roman time, have forgotten the ancient Babylonian roots of these constellations. They didn't know what they mean or what they meant 2,000 years earlier, but they just reused them. And because the original meaning as a frame of reference in the sky got lost, they invented the stories in order to memorize it. So they invented the stories in order to make them memorizable by ordinary people, although or because they did not understand the meaning anymore. Similar things were ongoing here in that area. Here you find the area of the ecliptic. And this on the marble globe, this is, you can find this in the in Stellarium 2. I mapped the images of the marble objects to the stars. And you can see here that in the area where we today would define our constellation of Pisces, two fish connected with a ribbon, they had two fish, but one fish was connected to Cetus, the sea monster. The other fish was unconnected, seemingly unconnected. And you see here that the sea monster has its front feet in the river that we are now calling Eridanos. And then the southernmost fish of the two fish in Pisces is a dead fish because the belly is up. And the fin, the tail, the rump fin is hanging downwards. And you can see something like a continuation of the river here. So Cetus, the sea monster, seems to swim in a big, huge, gigantic stream of water. And this is probably the water, the constellation of the water that is not preserved in Greek antiquity except in Aratos, in a poem that they used to educate the public. Aratos was actually something which was taught in elementary schools, something like the planetarium show of antiquity. So everybody knew this poem. People could recite it, and they used it in everyday life. And then, I mean, this constellation from the public poem, the public common knowledge, which they used for seafaring and farming and everything, this stream of water was depicted here. And then the other fish is unconnected, and it belongs apparently to the constellation that we now call Andromeda. Our modern Andromeda is a princess, but for them, this now became or was earlier the imagination of one variant of a love goddess, the goddess of love. So this is what we can do, and we can compare then the different variants of the Greek constellations, as I did in my dissertation, for instance. For blue, the polygons of Ptolemy, green, those of Hipparchus, and you can see that even the polygons do not match. So sometimes Hipparchus says polygons cover other different areas than Ptolemy's. And we also can compare them to other Greek works like those of Eratosthenes of Alexandria 3 centuries earlier than Ptolemy. And you can see here in red the polygons of Eratosthenes, and you see that they reach further south. So earlier astronomers in Egypt, like Eratosthenes, had more stars in their star catalogs. And there you can see the asterism that we now, the star cluster that we now call the Southern Pleiades, was incorporated in this constellation and then over time got lost. People that didn't copy it anymore, didn't know about its existence because of precession, it was not visible anymore. So this is how we can compare and connect all these Greek versions of images and texts and so on. And we find at least two broad directions. One is the popular astronomy in antiquity in the Greek language that is based on Aratos and his poem. And we can also see the mathematical astronomy that we can more efficiently use for the reconstruction of constellations. Then we have the Babylonian compendium of Mul-Apin, the compendium that has been used before the Almagest for the previous millennium. And it consists of many lists of stars and catalogs of objects. For instance, a list of stars in the path of the moon, where we know where it is in the sky, which is now the zodiac. But for them, they did not have the concept of the zodiac yet. They didn't invent it yet. So we know where a constellation is in the path of the moon, where constellations rise at the eastern edges of the horizon. And then there is a list of simultaneous settings. So something rises in the east and simultaneously something else is in the west. So we can reconstruct by systematic use of these lists in Mul-Apin, we can reconstruct the positions of the Babylonian constellations. And we can do something similar in Stellarium, and we can map them to the sky. And we will find that in the place of the Greek constellation of Pisces, or the Aratus concept of the water, instead of that, the Babylonians had a huge swallow. Why this? Swallows are migrating birds. So in winter, they leave Europe and go to North Africa and keep being there until spring, and then they return to Europe. So they are migrating. In summer, they live in Europe because it's too hot in Africa, and in winter, it's too cold in Europe, so they go to Africa. And this is, of course, what the ancients knew. In South Europe, they observed the swallows coming back in spring. And in Babylon, of course, they also knew that the birds sort of go there, are transiting there. And this is what we can use to or what they used to put into the sky as a concept of their agricultural calendar as a part of it. And then we can find seal depictions of ancient Babylonian gods. This is the god of wisdom, who they projected into the sky because they considered the god of wisdom and witchcraft living in the sweet water, in the underground water, and in the river water, because the water that we can drink, because this is healthy for us and this gives us wisdom. So have a piece of water and then you get wise. And then, so these things were projected into the sky by the Babylonians, and then some transitions were ongoing. We don't know how they went from a huge swallow to a sea monster. Probably this is just a mixture of cultures. But we do understand how they systematically transformed the goddess of love, which is Anonitu in Babylonian, and then later in the Syariac culture called Derketo, and in other cultures called like Aphrodite or Venus or anything. So how they transformed this female deity here in this position. Having a look at in a very late depiction that is found in Egypt, we will find the same or similar concepts in the zodiac. So this is a depiction in the Egyptian temple of Dendra, which is close to Luxor. And in there, they built a temple in a time when Egypt was not really Egyptian anymore. It was ruled, it already went through some centuries of Greek rulership, and now it was ruled by the Romans. And in that time, they built this temple, still in an Egyptian painting style and tradition, but the constellations that they depict here in this specific ceiling, these constellations are not the original Egyptian constellations anymore. They are already a mixture with Babylonian and Greek influence. So they already have the originally Babylonian zodiac, which doesn't make sense in Egypt anymore. So they did not have a swallow there at the position of Pisces, and the Babylonian square in the sky, which was for the Babylonians a field, an acre where you can throw in the seeds and where you can harvest your wheat. For the Egyptians, they reinterpreted this field, this piece of earth, as a piece of water, which is called then still called or depicted as a field, but as a field of water. And in a field of water, you do not grow wheat, but fish. So they connected the two fish from the streams of water of the Aquarius, of the Babylonian god, and the other fish that belonged to the Syariac deity. And they made two fish connected by their tails, which is actually stockfish, a delicious, or for some people, delicious product where you can, how you can prepare the fish and preserve it so that it's still healthy. So this is a new transformation of this image just because of, cultural mixture, cultural transfer and transformation. The Aquarius was taken over, but then reinterpreted because the Egyptians did not have this god of wisdom. They had a Nile god, a god of the river Nile, and they reinterpreted Aquarius as their own god of the Nile because the Nile brought them the fruitful land. So that was more important for them. And instead of Cetus, the sea monster, they have these two creatures that even Egyptologists cannot interpret. So some of the constellations are still not understandable. Instead of the Greek hero of Perseus, who is set to rescue Andromeda, they in this depiction, they have a monkey, a baboon, and then instead of Auriga, the charioteer, they have a goat, which is telling because the brightest star of Auriga, the charioteer, actually the brightest star is named Capella, the goat. So possibly some other earlier tradition, maybe in Egypt or somewhere else, had the constellation of the goat there, and then Ptolemy tried to unify different constellations from different part of the huge Roman Empire and named the brightest star the goat, although that originally had been a constellation. We don't know, but this is interesting here in this concept. So finally, for what purpose did they make these constellations? Not because they wanted to, or they had fun in inventing stories, but because these constellations had a function for them. They had a purpose, and this purpose is easily visible in the later in the European zodiac concept, which was taken from ancient Rome. And this image, this wheel here is a little bit difficult. I have to explain it. So in the very center, the central wheel is a calendar. You have the months here. So starting from January here in the bottom, I hope you can see my small cursor. So here's January, then you go February, March in green, then April, May, June, and so on. So the innermost circle are the 12 months of the year. And then in Europe, we have 4 seasons. And I colored the 4 seasons: spring in green, summer in yellow, autumn in brown, and winter next. Then we have concept of the ecliptic of this so orbit of the sun in 12 exactly equal sections. So these signs are not visible in the sky. They are only an abstract and mathematical division of the year. And here you can see they are a little bit shifted because they always start around the 20th of the month, but they still match. They are something like a month division. So Pisces, you have from roughly February to March, and then you have the Aries, the Ram, from the 20th of March to the 20th of April, and so on. So these are the signs. The sticks that are coming out of the outermost wheel indicate that the constellations in the sky have different areas and do not match the month pattern exactly accurately. So the same thing now displayed for the Babylonians will give you something else, because the Babylonians do not have 4 seasons, they have only 2 seasons. And the Babylonians, they also have a year divided in 12 accurate months, like the banks also use it today. For a bank, all months have 30 days, even February. So something like this already existed in ancient Babylon in 1000 BCE. So we have the first month of the Babylonian year, around the equinox. The red sticks are the equinoxes and solstices. And so here we have the first month, second month, third month, fourth month, and so on. And this is the area of the dry season, when ancient Mesopotamia was in, or modern Mesopotamia is, in the realm of the trade winds. And then you have, before that, you have to prepare the acre, the fields, for seeding. You have to plow the fields. Then you have to seed, where the old man is throwing, the constellation of the old man is appearing and throwing in the seeds in the field. And then after a while, you harvest, you have the New Year celebration, and then the crab indicates the place in the sky when the sun starts to walk backwards. And then you have the hottest time in the year indicated by the lion, and the date harvest indicated by the by a harvest and fertility goddess called Irua, and a branch of, or spadix of a date palm. And then you have the second New Year's festival and another harvest of wheat. And finally, in winter, you have the Babylonian constellation of the storm demon called Utkaduka, who indicates the strong winter storms. And the Greek variant of that is a little bit shifted, because the Greeks, again, have different seasons. And for them, they were seafaring in the Mediterranean. It was most important to know when seafaring is not dangerous. So this is the blue one, is the area of seafaring from the rise, the becoming of visibility of the Pleiades to the opposition of the Pleiades, when the Pleiades are visible for the whole night. And the dark area is the season when seafaring is dangerous, when you should not go to the sea as a sailor. And then, of course, the modern reinterpretation continues to do that, what I already explained about the swallow. And then we have, instead of the Aries, the ram, the ancient Babylonians had a shepherd who was hired again in spring. And they also had the similar concept, and still we in Europe have a similar concept of the solstice and of the harvest in the beginning of autumn or the late summertime. And then what was very interesting also in the ancient Babylonian Uranology in the zodiac was that you have Taurus, the bull, in our modern zodiac. But for the Babylonians, this was the bull of the heaven. And similarly, as an analog concept, they interpreted the opposite constellation, opposite in the zodiac, is the scorpion. And they called the scorpion the bull of the earth. So both constellations, the bull of the heaven and the bull of the earth, have been in the second millennium BCE, have been something like gatekeepers for the sun. When the sun goes up in the northern hemisphere, for them up, or down to earth to the southern hemisphere. So these are concepts that have been sort of visible for ordinary people. And I summarized all this in my websites that you can access in the framework of the International Astronomical Union. You will find a list of many of these depictions and ancient names, and you will also find these animated images, animated GIFs, where I display how the constellations were systematically or unsystematically transformed and transferred throughout the 3,000 years of history. So thank you very much.
Close for the session, Hoffman. Secara umum mungkin biar teman-teman kalian juga biar ini ya, kira-kira ngomong apa gitu ya. Ini saya highlighting sedikit tentang bahwa apa yang disampaikan Susan adalah bahwa ternyata ada sedikit perbedaan tentang bagaimana penggambaran dari konstelasi atau asterisme itu berubah gitu ya dari waktu ke waktu, dan itu dipengaruhi oleh beberapa faktor, misalnya tentang juga situasional dari antara Babilonia juga dengan Europe, misalnya dengan terkait dengan apa namanya tradisi dan kultur masing-masing. Misalnya tentang kalau di Babilonia lebih ke tentang sisinya juga berbeda gitu ya. Jadi itu dipengaruhi oleh beberapa faktor, termasuk juga yang terakhir Susan menyampaikan bahwa konstelasi juga berubah juga terkait dengan bagaimana ia digunakan sebagai apa namanya penanda musim, kira-kira seperti itu. Tadi dilihatkan dari apa namanya lingkaran dari gambar itu ternyata sekalipun punya similarity kesamaan, tetapi di banyak hal kemudian karena ada perbedaan musim, misalnya di Babilonia itu atau sekarang di Babilonia itu kurang lebih di sekitar Irak, Iran kira-kira begitu. Itu memang tidak ada empat musim, tapi hanya ada dua, maka kemudian penggambaran dari konstelasi itu kemudian dipengaruhi faktor-faktor itu, termasuk juga nanti kemudian berpengaruh kepada penggunaan kemunculan dan perubahan dari konstelasi bintang itu terkait dengan adanya season yang cukup berbeda. Itu juga terjadi di Europe misalnya tadi di Selatan, dan itu bisa juga teman-teman lihat di stellarium juga sudah muncul sebetulnya, dan kemudian itu bisa dilihat bersama-sama. Saya kira itu highlightingnya, sehingga artinya bahwa penggambaran dari sebuah konstelasi itu kemudian tidak sekedar tetap saja, dan ini sangat mungkin teman-teman juga mempunyai gambaran yang terkait dengan own culture. Jadi seperti itu. Baik, sekali lagi big applause for Susan Hoffman. Okay, thanks. I think the responses will be in the end of this speaking, right? So we would like to continue to the other speaker. The next speaker is Bu Afifah Yamani. Would like to tell us about something related with folklore, about dongeng, because Bu Afifah is just all communicator astronomy. So it's very interesting. Supposed to be Bu Afifah will tell us in order just like telling a story about the sky. Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So
boleh minta buat audio.
Okay. So time for 30 minutes is yours. So please.
Di sini aja. Thank you. Can we wait for a minute? Cukup nggak? Hello everyone. Selamat pagi. Saya bingung sebenarnya mau ngomongnya bahasa Indonesia apa bahasa Inggris. Tapi karena di sini bilangnya, kenapa? Mix. Oke, let's see. Yaudah, pakai bahasa Inggris dulu ya. Kita lihat sejauh mana. Terima kasih buat undangannya, buat Uin atas kesempatan yang diberikan buat saya bisa hadir di tempat ini dan berbagi cerita tentang pekerjaan saya. Again, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Afifah Yamani. I'm an astronomy communicator from Langit Selatan. It's an astronomy online media in Indonesia, and also project manager of 365 Days of Astronomy, a daily podcast from CosmoQuest under the Planetary Science Institute in US. So I'm going to talk about parallel as a medium to communicate astronomy with the public. Basically, it's about dongeng, gimana kita menggunakan dongeng untuk memperkenalkan astronomi. So I'm going to start with this. Okay, let's see how good I am with mixed language. Okay, I'm going to start with belum kelihatan ya presentasi saya. Udah muncul belum? Oke. Ada masalah nggak nih? Atau saya ke Zoom aja?
Recording in progress.
Boleh minta akses buat sharing?
Okay, mohon just stay for a while you are eating your some snack because we have maintained our.
Sorry for this.
So we have to do that.
Udah ya, berarti ya. Oke. Maaf teman-teman semuanya atas problematika pagi ini. Bentar, saya cek ulang dulu ini. Harusnya udah mute. I'm muted, so I don't know what's happened. Ya, ada feedback. Kedengeran nggak? Kalau saya
What about this? Kita harus ini semua.
How about the online one? Is it okay? Okay. I'll go with it. Tes. Iya, ya udah. Value to the society if it's not communicated. Why is that? For example, we have discovery, we have results from all the research. We know it's exciting. For example, we have this even Horizon Telescope collaboration result with the first image of the black hole. We have the detections of gravitational waves. We have discovered more than 5,000 planets in another epoch. We know it's a breakthrough. We know it's an information for us to understand about the universe, how it works, and in the future, we hope that we want to find life in another Earth. But if it's not communicated, we do understand why we have the research, why we do understand about the result. We are amazed with the result, but not the public. They don't understand why you're so exciting finding the other planet. Why you're so exciting to have this first image of the black hole, for example. So this is why we need to communicate our discovery. We need to communicate our findings with public so they understand. Why do you need to understand? Not just sharing about the excitement, but we actually use their money, the public tax, to build all these extraordinary facilities in the world and also the telescope in space. And also by having this understanding, they are willingly and hopefully they will keep supporting us to do science. Without this, they will think like you pay the tax and you use it. What for? What's the relation for our life? So this is why it's important to communicate astronomy. And then the next one is pictures. I believe everyone knows. I'm not going to tell everyone each stories of it because this is not my expertise. But I want to say that this is the folklore we know. This is the story we know from generations to generations by the word of mouth. This is the oral story we heard, we listened from our parents, from our grandparents, from our ancestors. And it contains message for us. A message they want to rely from generations to generations because this is how they have their interpretations about the life they have in the timeline. For example, the stories of Malin Kundang. We all know the story that this is a disobedient son that later become the stone. By scientific law, it's impossible for someone to be a stone. There is no miracle here to transform us to be a stone. But this is a story about how to respect your parents, how you embrace your past, and then going for the futures. Not because your past you living in poor and then you become rich and then You don't want to recognize your past. This is how our ancestor wants us to see the human natures. It's in us that we don't want to, we don't want everyone to know that in the past we have a difficult life. We want them to know that right now we are a president of something, for example. But that's not how life works. We embrace everything and then we don't have to be ashamed about it. So this is the message. So actually, what is folklore? Folklore is a traditional belief, customs, and stories of community passed through the words of mouth from generations to generations, and it contains message for us. It's about teaching morals and values, the values that our ancestors have and they want us to have as well. So it's like a message for thousands of years that they really they hope that we can see how they view the world at that time. They hope that we can see how they view the skies at that time if we connect everything, relate everything to astronomy. And then it's about preserving cultures because by doing this, by knowing all this astronomy, not only astronomy, by having all this folklore, we know about our culture. We learn about how our ancestors live, how they perceive the world. Okay, I need to. And then it's also about, yeah, I told you about teaching moral and value because the folklore can reinforce moral and value and teach us about diligence, perseverance, respect, the human natures, everything. Everything that we can learn from generations to generations into the futures as well. It tells us not to forget our past, our history, but we need to embrace the futures. And then it's fast. I know I don't really have much time. So let's go to the astronomy part. I want us all to imagine ourselves go back in time because we talk about folklore. We talk about how our the ancient people views the world, views the sky, view the celestial objects, and how it relates to their life. So let's see um, this image. This is not from the past, of course. This is in 2016 during the total solar eclipse in Maba, North Halmahera by Peter Foralek. This is the sky in North Maluku. It if you see it clearly, then you will find the Ursa Majoris, the North Stars, and also the Southern Cross. Okay, that's enough about the pictures. Why I give you these pictures? Because if we go back in time to like thousands years ago, we know nothing. Currently, we know everything because we have science, we have the development in technology, science, and everything. But put yourself in your ancient ancestor group. They know nothing. We go outside in the night, see the stars. We can see thousands of stars with our naked eye. And then we want to know and identify the stars today, tomorrow, maybe a few years later, we want to find the same stars. What they do. Suzanne has told you about it. So they group the stars and make it as a recognizable pattern that is traditionally have a figure of hero or mythological deity. So it's easier for them to find or to identify the stars in the maybe next years, 3 years from now, 10 years from now. But that's how they see the stars. That's how they identify the stars by making it as a group and create the pattern, the constellations that we know now. And then because they imagine that group as one pattern, for example, Leo, the lion, or Gemini, the twin, or Southern Cross as the cross. So that's how they build the pattern. They know the pattern, but how they want to us know about the pattern. So they create the stories behind those patterns according to the mythology, according to their beliefs according to the culture at that time. So that's that story that going from generations to generations, so we can identify the stars, so we know the stories behind all those mythological beings. That's how they want us to know about how they recognize the stars. But if I come, for example, I create a pattern and then I told you about the pattern, you will forget. But if I told you the story, something interesting, something that makes you memorize the story, then you will keep remember that, okay, I once know about the southern. And this pattern is different from culture to culture. For the Greek, it's a southern cross. But for us in Indonesia, we know that it's similar to the kite. So this is the constellations of the kite. And we also have the stories. So astronomy folklore consists of stories, myths, and legends created by different cultures over millennia to explain the celestial object and phenomena they observe in the night sky. So let's start with the phenomena. Okay, before the phenomena, it should be part of the previous slide. So you see, this is the zodiac and the pattern they have, the stories behind it to us. And also the second one is Chang'e. Chang'e and the rabbit. So this is how the Chinese culture see the features of the moon. They believe it's a Chang'e and her rabbit. And for us in Indonesia, according to Sundanese culture, this is Nini Ante or Granny Ante with her cat. So it's different from culture to culture on how we have the interpretations of the stars, of the features of the moon. So talking about the phenomena, this is the total solar eclipse by Rayhan in Jakarta Astronomy Club HAAJ in 2016. Why I show this to you? Because for us, if you know that we will see the total eclipse in like a month from now, you will be exciting. You will prepare your trip and then goes to the locations and take the pictures because it's amazing. It's really a magnificent experience to see the sun um, covered by the moon. Okay, and then we can experience how the hot day becomes colder because it's like the day goes to the night, and we can hear the sound of the night animals um, waking up because of the darkness. But again, let's go to the thousands of years behind us in the past. You know nothing about the eclipse. You don't know that it's amazing experience to have. You don't know that we can take a pictures and it's really great. It's really great. I mean, you should see it by yourself in a by naked eye. But if you go back in time and then you work in the field and suddenly the bright day become darkness, what you feel? They will feel terrified. What actually happened now will be a disaster. So this is how so this is something that our ancestors uh, see the phenomenon. They don't understand, but they want us to know. So again, they have the stories that told by them from generations to generations about these events. We have so many stories about it from so many cultures as well, because we often see stars as divine being, and the sun's commonly referred as a powerful god for life-giving source, because without the sun, there will be no life on earth, something that that makes our ancestors think like, what happened? What happened to us now? Will it be forever? They're afraid of the darkness that happened at that time. For us, it's different. But this is the stories that I found from cultures to cultures. So in Indonesia, we know that the stories in Hindus, of course, this is similar to India as well, that the solar eclipse happened because Batara Kala or Kala Rahu wants to s- ki- um, drink the nectar of immortality water, and then to become immortal, and then it swallows the sun. And then we also have several other stories from other country, like in China. Um, the celestial dragon attacks and eats the sun, and from Vietnam, it's a frog eats the sun or the moon. It's almost the same. And then it's also from for Tartars from West Siberia, it's about the vampire. So we have many similar things about solar eclipse, that it's powerful deity, powerful demon that swallows the sun, swallows the moon, and then it. So if we want them to release the sun and the moon, we need to make a loud, loud noises like ringing the bells, yelling, banging pots and pans that could drive the creatures to release the sun and the moon. So that's what I have from many cultures, and I think this is similar for us. And then for Javanese, I told you about Batara Kala, swallows the sun. But for this, it's okay. For the people in North Maluku, they see this as a demon who swallows the sun. So we see the similarity of these stories from culture to culture. But what's the connections with science communications? We all knew that in 1983, during the total solar eclipse, the government forbid us to see the solar eclipse. So while astronomers enjoy solar eclipse, the public to goes inside the house because it's forbidden to see the solar eclipse, because they said that uh, it will damage our eyes. It is, if we see this solar eclipse with our naked eyes without um, any right, sorry, any filters, I mean, and how to project the sun. So maybe this has happened as well in the ancient, for our ancestors, when they see the sun, because it's suddenly getting dark, and then they want to know what happened. They see this. They look at the sky. They look at the sun, and it damaged their eyes. That's why they create a story like the giant, the Batara Kala swallows the sun, so we are afraid, and then we don't see the sun. So, what's the connections with the astronomy? Because it has connections. We know the folklore, but how about the astronomy? There's our people in Indonesia or in all the world knows about what is solar eclipse, how it happens, what's the relations between solar eclipse and our daily life, what happens when comet passing by. I'm still looking forward to see the the comet right now. And I'm still failed. Yeah. But this is the part that we need to take to communicate the science part to the public. We want them to know, but I want to share about what's the science communications. So science communications is basically about the practice of sharing. We share our knowledge about certain topics in science. And in this case, it's astronomy. But we need to simplify the topics so people can understand, so it can be accessible by the public. Why? Because astronomers or scientists in general, they talk in technical language, the language that the public don't really understand. They need somebody to relay that message for them. For example, this is something I always encounter in my work. When the astronomers found or discovered a planet in the habitable zone, they said, we we discovered a planet in habitable zone that probably has water. Why water? Because it's important to life that we know. So this is the first requirement. But then um, the journalists, the media, and also the public see that a discovery as astronomers found alien. So we think that astronomer has found life in another planet. We don't. We just found the possibility the planet can afford life if the planet have the water in liquid. So it's the difference. So how we this is the task we have to communicate the finding, to communicate the discovery, the result of the research to the public so they can understand. We don't discover the alien. There is no green creatures. We only find a planet that possibly can have water in liquids. So this is why we need to simplify our language, simplify everything, and also simplify the content so public can understand. And by doing this, astronomy communicator or science communicator become the bridge from the scientist to the public. Why we do this? Because it's a responsibility. I told you in the previous slide, in the first slide, that we we use public tax to do research, to build all these facilities. For example, in Indonesia, the National Observatory in Timau, it's from the money come from the country. So they really need to know why we need to have this observatory. What's the result that have relation for their life? This is something that we need to communicate, and also um, we build science awareness. We build science awareness and engage the public. Why it's important? Because by doing this, we can give the perspective that science is fun, science is doable. So by doing this, we inspire young generations to do science, not only to like science in school, but hopefully they can pursue science in their career later on. So, and then to draw the line or to give the boundaries between science and pseudoscience. Okay, we talk about folklore. Definitely, it's if we uh, if we relate folklore with our life and something like that. For example, zodiac and our future life, it's pseudoscience. So this is where we need to put the line that between science and pseudoscience by explain everything to the public. What is science actually, and where is and what is pseudoscience? This is something that well, that's our job. And then I'm not going to take long time now. So we also combat hoax and misinformations. All we know how people here believe that they will see two moons during September to November this year because we found out that there is a small asteroid captured by the Earth gravity for 2 months and then it will go back to its orbit. But I received so many questions. Are we going to see two moons in the sky? Can we take pictures of those two moons? And it also the hoax from 2003 about Mars and Moon will be seen as two full moon in the sky. So this is why we need science communicating science with the public so we can well the language is a bit extra okay combats hoax. I mean we need to give the right information so people knows about which one is hoax, which one is misinformation. And once there is a journalist asked me, can we know which one is hoax and misinformations by just by reading this article? I said we can do it without being an astronomer or scientist. Why? We have the information, for example, moon and asteroid. We have the informations about the moon, about the distance, about the size, and also about the size and distance of this asteroid. So we can analyze about it and see if we can see asteroid as big as the moon. So this is something we can do, and it's something that part of our life who knows about science to relay the message to the public. And also we can help to influence public policy. If one of you coming to, if one of you attended the Janaka last month, we have speaker from BRIN. He actually said that the community and also astronomers and amateurs help them to form the space policy because Indonesia right now is they create the space policy. So this is something that important because we can help them to understand that light pollution is bad. Light pollutions affect the research, the observations, and also we can help them understand about climate change and everything. And then we are the bridge, and this is what we do. We need to compile because we know the folklore, but we need to compile them because there are so many stories. So what we do here in Langit Selatan and also in Indonesia as well, we join the project by the late president of IAU, Norio Kaifu from Japan. He had this he built this project named Stars of Asia. So in the Stars of Asia project, we compile all the stories about about celestial objects, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and how our ancestors um, have their interpretations about each objects and how it helps them in the as the navigations in the sea, in the oceans, and then how it the constellations of the stars help them to recognize the beginning and the the plant seasons and harvest seasons. So this is the compilations from Asia Pacific, not only Indonesia. And back in 2009, during the International Year of Astronomy, this is the book of the folklore of astronomy from Malaysia as well. So why we do these compilings? Why we compile this story? Okay. This one usually for the international meeting as well, just like this. I know you know that we have more than 150 million people. I just want to give you the descriptions that we have more than 18,000 islands. And this one is something that important here. We we have more than 750 spoken language, and we have more than 1,000 tribes. Try to imagine if each tribe here in Indonesia has their own stories about the sun, the moon, the stars, and how they use the stars for navigations, how they use the stars for agriculture life. We have thousands of stars, thousands of stories. So we need to compile them all. Why? Because we can use these stories to introduce astronomy. We can also use the story to introduce the cultures to the public. So this is the reason. It's because okay, the first one, Indonesia has this verbal tradition, so everything is about storytelling, oral. They they give us the story generations to generations without written book. So there is no written culture here. So this is why we need to compile all these stories so it become a documentations for our uh, descendant in the futures. And then, well, I told you in the previous slide about moral lessons, but also we don't want this to become a forgotten stories. So this is what we do. We incorporate star lore in astronomy communications. And why I write about reintroduce star lore. So here, we use the star lore, we use the folklore to introduce astronomy. For example, the folklore of eclipse, and then we introduce solar eclipse. We introduce the relationship with the relations between, the interactions between the sun, the moon, and the earth. But then for the students in the city, big city, they actually knows about astronomy thanks to all this technology, but they don't really know about the cultures. They don't grow up. I don't know about you, but for me, I grew up with all the stories. My father gave me many books about Indonesian folklore. I know about Lutung Kasarung. I know about uh, Kerajaan Kahuripan. So I have many stories about it. I like it. And that's not only moral story, but that those stories help me to learn how to write a story. That's why I write in Langit Selatan. But that's not something I want to share. But actually, we shifting right now. Nowadays, the students, for example, my uh, the kids around me, they know more about anime. They know more about manga.
They don't know about Indonesian stories. That's why we use astronomy to introduce folklore, the culture to the students. But when I went to the remote area in Indonesia, they don't know about astronomy. So it's like the other way around. We use the folklore they know in their province, in their tribe, to introduce astronomy. So this is why we need folklore. We need folklore, the story from the past, to embrace the futures. So by having this folklore, by telling the story of folklore to the current generations, we hope that they will see it as the way our ancestors see the stars, but with the current knowledge, it will inspire them to know more, and then to pursue science in their life. So this is the astrocultures that we have in Langit Selatan. We also have this. We create a few of the stories as an audio stories, and this is the. I'm going to show this very fast. This is the story we have that we compile in Indonesia. The first one is Mana Makeri, about a man wants to go to live in the moon for forever, and then his wife doesn't want to do that, and he tries to create the bridge to the moon for his wife, but his wife cut that bridge. And then the second one is coming from the North Sumatra, about the Orion. So people in North Sumatra see the Orion as the dragon and its X for the Orion belt. But the story actually not only about the Orion, but it involves the story about the face of the moon. And then this is the first one is Philip and Moon Princess from Kalimantan, Borneo, from Dayak tribe. And then the second one is Granny Ante, Nini Ante from Sundanese people. And the other one, I know you probably recognize about the Orion, Rasi Waluku, that we see here as a plow. And then here the stories of a man named Rangga in Papua who wants to break the sun because the sun is too hot in their place. So he wants to break the sun into several pieces, and later on he succeeded, and the suns become, well, the largest part is the sun, but then after he breaks the sun, the smaller one become the moon and the stars. And then this is how we do it. We're telling the stories while we introduce astronomy for the students in Indonesia. And this is, well, this is not a good pictures, but this is what I created when I doing the storytelling for the children. And as I said, I also works in 365 Days of Astronomy daily podcast. And this is what we do in 365 Days of Astronomy. Every day we have one audio content from astronomers, from astronomy enthusiasts, from amateur astronomy, about what they do, about their knowledge that they share in an audio for the people in the world. But in 365 Days of Astronomy, we also provide astronomy, culture in astronomy, and folklore. And here we provide the folklore stories from everywhere. Well, this one I compiled the one that I made, but actually we have many other people who also tell the stories about astronomy folklore in their country. And that's all here. If can we have an audio or not? If not, then maybe we can do it later on. Atau gimana caranya ya? Saya mau ngasih dikit tentang storytelling yang saya buat. Gambarnya bukan gaya zaman sekarang yang udah keren banget ya. Saya bikin mungkin hampir 10 tahun lalu. Sorry. Oh, enggak bisa. Oke, kayaknya kita skip aja. Oh, enggak. Harusnya kalau audionya, oh ya benar saya mute. Sorry. Tapi yang di sini kan nggak kedengeran ya? Udah nggak kedengeran. Jadi ya udahlah. Kita skip aja, waktunya juga nggak cukup. Kalau mau nanti bisa saya kasih linknya di Langit Selatan. Terima kasih semuanya. Maaf jadinya nggak double, nggak mix bahasanya. Terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan dipahami, tapi idenya adalah gimana kita menggunakan dongeng untuk bercerita tentang astronomi dan astronomi untuk bercerita tentang budaya. Terima kasih semuanya.
Okay, thank you so much for we have to more than 30 minutes because two of the operational problem I think, but it's okay. Pada kesimpulannya teman-teman, saya mungkin meng-highlight sedikit biar teman punya relate dengan materinya, bahwa ternyata memang di setiap fenomena astronomi ini dalam perspektifnya Bu Afifah, bahwa ternyata lebih menarik kalau kemudian diceritakan gitu ya, karena memang fenomena betapa apalagi di kita, betapa banyaknya kultur ataupun kebudayaan yang ada di kita. Maka oleh karena itu mengkomunikasikan sebuah science, terutama dalam hal ini adalah astronomi, itu menjadi lebih bagus dan lebih enak dan akhirnya lebih dapat dipahami dalam semua ini. Maka menurut saya ini menarik sekali. Ternyata di setiap background dari konstelasi, bahkan fenomena astronomi sekalipun, misalnya tadi ada gerhana gitu ya, itu ternyata juga ada cerita di balik itu, dan itu ternyata kita begitu punya abundant of stories, abundant of folklore behind the constellation, also the phenomenon is the sky phenomenon. Saya kira itu pada prinsipnya. Jadi memang ini pakar dalam astronomi folklore. Beliau mengatakan star lore, ini nama yang kayaknya baru deh bagi saya. Saya nggak tahu teman-teman juga yang lain, dan juga ada sebuah irisan. Kalau di kita ada beberapa nama-nama astro yang lain, ini ada astro culture. Nah, saya kira itu pada kesimpulannya terakhir. Terima kasih dan tepuk tangan untuk Bu Afifah Yamani. Thank you so much. And for the third speaker, supposed to be in karena waktunya, because the time was so limited, I would like to give some more space to speak up. Please welcome to Bu Nur Fatini Jafar. Have you been joined to the okay, thanks. Okay, Bu Nur Fatini Jafar, we would like to give some Malaysian sky culture, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can someone help me because I cannot share my screen?
Connected. You hear my voice?
Yes, I do.
No, I'm not asking for you, the audience here, because I'm asking for the Bu Fatini, have you hear my voice?
Yeah.
From
Yes, I can hear you clearly, but I cannot share my screen.
Operational again problem. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Wait for the second, Bu Nurul. Bu Nurul or Bu Nurul Fatini? Fatini. Yeah. Okay. Finally, we hear you voices. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay. Bu Nur Fatima Jafar, please kindly use for 30 minutes to as short as possible to give, because the time is so limited. Okay, please please share.
I need to share my screen.
Okay.
Because
Okay. Who's the admin of the Zoom? To make Bu Nurul Fatini become can share the network. That's why I was okay. Okay. Still not working. Did it?
not working.
Not okay. Let me control feeling with the toilet.
cannot share my screen.
So wait for the second more. So we just communicate with the authorship of the Zoom authorization. Okay, wait for the second.
While waiting, finally, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Semarang, for inviting me to she introduced me to the adik. I know Filipino speakers and Pak Isudin, Aviva, and also the season. Thank you so much for having me today. So I would like to share with you Indonesia, but first and foremost, my research background covered everything about Malaysia. So I will only talk about my research itself. I still cannot share my screen. So maybe anyone can help me do the slides.
So Gunurul, have you been sent your presentation for the committee?
Yes,
You've been done. So maybe the committee will help you to share screen directly from here, and you just say okay, next, next, next. Okay, because due to the problem of the operational problem with the Zoom. Okay, what is the title of your presentation? Maybe.
Okay, this will be on the first slide, orang asing.
Okay. It's okay. What was the second? I just want to communicate with the community. According to the panitia, according to the organizer, you sent three kind of presentation. Which one is will be present?
The first one, the Malaysian Sky Cultures, the Great Pink Colour.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, make you clear. Okay, thanks. The first one, Malaysian sky culture. Okay, that's one.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'm going to cover all three. Yeah, okay, while we looking for the technical team to share my the slide. Roughly it's about Malaysian Sky Cultures and three set of competitions. Everything is based on the book published in 2020 by students entitled The Exploring the History of South Asian Astronomy and Review of Current Projects and Future Prospects and Possibilities. This book was edited by Professor Autistic and Professor Maria. So there will be three different topics. First one will be on the astronomical knowledge and practices of the orang asing of Malaysia and Indonesia. The second one will be on the linkages tribalisms and local ecological systems among those and the third one will be on the traditional and independence in Malaysia, focusing on the northern hemisphere. So, can still translate.
Yeah, we still have a problem with the hybrid. Wow, I'm so sorry for that. Okay,
No problem.
so
Just to share like the history of how I began doing this research. It was only in 2012 when I studied physics and astronomy at the University of Science and Platinum. It's when my supervisor of my final year project he realized that I'm not the one who wanted to keep doing all this work. So he suggested to me that why not I try to explore new field in Malaysia, which is because many researchers in Malaysia studies on manuscripts and all this history of astronomy. But no one so far have studied and from there then I changed myself. It's this research has people go to the second slide. It's about this is the I was talking about the history of science astronomy. We can get it from this website. The next slide. The next slide. Okay, so this will be the three chapters we'll try to do. Yes. Okay, so this one to look into the astronomical knowledge and practices of the oral astronomy of Malaysia. So next slide, please. So we are going to get to know first who are the oral astronomy of Malaysia. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this was here a decade ago. On the phase of my fieldwork where I went to many overseas settlements trying to record their knowledge. Okay, so in Malaysia, the indigenous people in Peninsula itself, because we are divided into Peninsula Malaysia and also the Border part. So for Peninsula Malaysia, the indigenous people are called as the orang asli. Asli means original. But for people in Sabah and Sarawak, they were called as native or the orang asli. So there's difference when you say orang asli when you mention orang asli, so it means the native of the Malaysia. Okay, so next slide please. The government have divided the orang asli into three main groups, which is the Negrito, Semarang, and also Conto Malays.
But if we look into the Negrito people, they are physically and genetically linked to the other Negrito groups in Southeast Asia, such as the Philippines, Thailand, and Andaman Islands. So the previous slide that you see, me photographing myself with the Orang Asli kids, they are all the Negrito people, but they are already mixed with the Temuan people. Okay, so researchers believe that these Negrito groups hold traces to the first modern humans who migrated from Africa roughly about 70,000 years ago. So if you look at the tables below, the tables on the middle part, so that is the tables used by the government nowadays. But this is the traditional grouping, which is actually considered outdated already.
And the table below shows a more accurate classifications based on the language with additional subgroupings of the language group. Okay, so on the right side is the map of the villages that I've conducted my fieldwork and also based on the linguistic findings. Okay, next slide. Okay, so my research at the very earlier phase was actually to examine whether it supports the idea that the local environment influences the orang asli astronomical knowledge. It's actually like this. Because I've checked on the previous publications on the orang asli, so some claim that the orang asli, they're just throwing their ideas only. So without concrete data. So they said that orang asli living near the coast might have better view of the night sky compared to the inland groups due to the environmental factors. They said because the inland people likely they are always being covered by clouds, being covered by the canopies. So they said that even the orang asli itself don't their word for the star itself, I mean bintang itself, is actually a borrowed word. So I challenge myself and I also want to challenge their view. So that's the reason why I conducted this research. And from the findings from the literature, we found out that there are so many words referring to the stars. There's not only word similar to the Malays, which is called as bintang, but the orang asli itself have their own word for bintang. So if you look at the findings from the literature here, most of the documentation comes from the famous British anthropologist, which is the Skid and Blackden in 1906, 100 years ago. So they have provided a list of astronomical terms in different indigenous dialects, including the words for star, planets, and comets. Okay, so terms like peloy and bintang are still used today. Okay, so they are not only use word for bintang, they also use words perloy. But words such as chundan and langar may have been the original terms, but maybe it has been it has been changed over the years. Okay, so roughly this suggests that shared linguistic and astronomical knowledge between the Semangs and the Malays. There is a possibility of bias from the Malay translators also imposing their worldview during the data collection, but we cannot deny that the orang asli itself have their own words on the bintang, means that they also have their authentic idea on the sky itself. Okay, so the second source, second slide, please. So the second source comes from the Stephenson thesis in 1977. So Stephenson identified asterisms such as Bintang Lunga. So Bintang Lunga referring to the Pleiades. And then she also identified Bintang Lerek, which is referring to the Orion's belt, and also Bintang Labo. So she noted that all these three asterisms indicate the fruit season and also the pleasant weather. So I cross-checked these terms with the same villages. I mean, like the villages from the same village after 40 years of this research. So they actually don't have the ideas about the constellations anymore. But from what they told me, the Lerek means something that is moved steadily, and then Lunga means something that is loosened, and also Bintang Labo might correspond to the older terms of Bintang Temabo and Bintang Terambo, which is referring to the scattered stars, possibly the Milky Way. The third source coming from the Endicott in 1979, he mentioned about the Batik folktale. So there is a folktale where moon was married to a star called Bintang Jong, likely referring to the Polaris. And interestingly, this Bintang Jong is also found, this name is also found among the Malays and also the Semalai of the Tasik Bera. So in Malay, it means the sailing vessel or the jang. So jong means the jang, but for the Semalai people, it referring to the foot. the foot, their kaki. Okay. And the last one, the source from Ahmad in 2014. So from Ahmad thesis, he studied the Orang Seleta, a Sui dwelling tribe from Johor. So he highlighted on the knowledge of Orion, known as Bintang Balatik. So this constellation signal the arrival of the strong winds and rough seas. So if we realize now is the season for the Orion rising, so we can see that, I mean, like in Malaysia, so the strong wind and rough seas are already here. So, but interestingly, the Seletar people is actually a sea dwelling tribe, but their knowledge of this Bintang Balatik is actually on Balatik is actually an inland tool for you to catch the animal. I mean, like it's a spring spear trap. So when the Seletar use the knowledge of the inland people, so it means there is a long history of how these people is actually changing their mode of adaptation from the inland to the coastal to the coastal livelihood. Later we talk more on this. Okay, so next slide, please. So roughly, the finding from our field investigations itself, we there is few interesting findings. The first one is on the diverse naming of stars and asterism. So from the fieldwork that I have conducted, starting in 2014 until 2018, the Temuans people, they have asterisms, notable asterisms such as Bintang Layang Petek, the kite, referring to the crux, Bintang Naga, the dragon stars, referring to the Milky Way, Bintang Tiga from the Orion's belt, Bintang Tujuh, the Pleiades, and also Bintang Pecah Dua, the splitting star. This one we haven't find what they are referring to as yet. And then among the Semalai people of Tasik Bera, we discovered Bintang Peh, which means the spring spear trap for Orion. So Bintang Cekat means the wild boar's jaw for Taurus. Bintang Kerancong means the mouse deer's dung from Pleiades. And also Bintang Tukul, the hammer star of the big people. As for the cardinal direction stars, many groups recognize the significance of the western star and the eastern star, referring to the Venus for navigation. And Temuan and Semelai also refer to Venus as Bintang Tembaga and Bintang Padoman, means a guiding star. And one more that I would like to note is that some of the groups, especially the Temuan informants, they were reluctant to share more detail of the information about certain asterisms due to their cultural taboos. Okay, so yes, it sometimes it's a celebration when you got to, you know, to when the people want to share their knowledge with you. So it's like macam, wah, there's a bingo, and but sometimes also the people don't want to expose their knowledge, and you have to respect that. As for we are doing anthropological research, okay. So for discussion and concluding remarks for this topic, next slide. Okay, so I have proven to just to argue what Nicholas and Rainbow said. They said that the forest and lake habitats may limit their astronomical understanding. So I have I mean, like, I have confronted this idea. So it shows that the location of the ethnic groups, whether inland, such as the Orang Asli Semelai, or near the sea, such as the Orang Asli Seleta, doesn't inhibit their engagement with the sky. So whether you are staying inland or you are staying by the coast, near the coast, so you still use the sky as part of the knowledge for their survival. Okay, so the second discussion that I would like to highlight is on the Semelai star name. So as for the Semelai people, they are living inland and they have knowledge on the stars, but only focusing during the time when they want to plant hill paddy. Okay, so compared to the people on the coastal area where they plant the wetland paddy, so these Semelai people, they plant hill rice paddy. So the rising of the stars like bintang Peh, bintang Cekat, and bintang Kerancong signals their waiting season. So this is the time which they call as periantan penungguan. So this is the time when the Semelai farmers guard their crops and hunt game like mouse deer and roe deer. So it proves that the connection between stars, animals, and farming cycles demonstrate their astronomical knowledge, which integrate their practical and also ecological systems. And the last one is this research is also raises questions about the complexity and transmission of the knowledge. So it appears that only families that involve in specific activities like fishing and paddy planting possess systematic knowledge of the stars. Okay, so but even within those groups that involved in fishing and paddy planting, not everyone is like it's not compulsory for every family to learn or memorize astronomical knowledge. Okay, because people can still rely on other ecological markers. So that's also the reason why we make conclusion. That's also the reason why the knowledge of this astronomy is not, I mean, like it's not being widespread throughout the region, because it's not compulsory for you to rely only on astronomical knowledge. You can also rely on other botanical elements, on other flora and fauna elements for you to survive your locality. Okay. So this study also highlights on how environmental changes such as light pollution, uh, port construction, migration, and also the changing landscape play a role uh, in this shift of astronomical knowledge. Okay, so that is about the first topic that I want to share. So can we go to the second slide? It's on the linkages between the constellations and local ecological systems. So just now I have introduced to you the names of the asterisms, the name of the constellations that have existed among the Aboriginal peoples. So now let's see on the bigger picture on how these constellations is actually can be linked to the people's local ecological systems. Okay. Okay, so we might need to skip few slides. Okay. Okay, so roughly, I will introduce to you who are the Austronesian speaking peoples. I think most of you are aware of this because we are all Austronesia. And second one, on the cultural anthropology conceptual framework, we are going to skip on this. And then I'm going to share with you the data that I've collected so far and some discussions and rough conclusions that we have made. Okay, so next slide. Roughly, who are the Austronesian speaking peoples? Okay, so the word Austronesia comes from the Latin word Australis, means the southern, and the Greek word Nessos means the island. So Austronesia normally refers to the area encompasses by the peoples who speak Austronesian languages, starting from the Madagascar in the west. Next slide, please, on the map of the Austronesia area. Okay, so it covers starting from Madagascar in the west, Formosa and Hawaii in the north, Aotearoa in the south, and reaching Rapa Nui in the east. So these are all the Austronesian speaking people located in. Okay, but what my research and also what we are going to focus here is only on the maritime Southeast Asia, focusing on the Austronesia of the Southeast, the maritime Southeast Asia. Next slide. Okay, so these are the area. Roughly, even this is just less than an eighth of the entire area of the Austronesian region that we showed before. It still covers a group of over 25,000 islands, covering from southern Myanmar to southern Thailand, and then to Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Brunei, and also the Philippines. So the ultimate dream of my research is actually to document the knowledge of all the asterisms and also the constellations from all this area, and then trying to to reconstruct the history of this area based on their traditional ecological knowledge and also their traditional knowledge of their services. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so we know that from the standpoint of the historical linguistics, the home of the Austronesian languages is from the island of Taiwan, which is formerly known as the Formosa. So it is believed that the migration of peoples out of the area of the Yangtze River Delta to Taiwan occurred around 6,000 years ago. But more recently, as a result of the Human Genome Project, genetic studies suggest that modern humans, which is the Homo sapiens, first arrived in Southeast Asia around 50,000 years ago from the Africa, most probably via the Indian subcontinent. And earlier species of Homo erectus had become extinct around 100,000 years ago and thus could not have met with the Homo sapiens around some 50,000 years later. Okay, so this is the first group of humans who were the forefathers of the present-day indigenous inhabitants of Southeast Asia, Micronesia, Australia, and the Polynesian Islands in the Pacific. So the Austronesian speakers and the Austroasiatic speakers also belong to this group, which is referring to as the Austric people. Okay, so the arrival of the modern Homo sapiens into the Southeast Asia coincided with the Ice Age or the Pleistocene area. So during the Ice Age, most of the water from the seas were frozen into glaciers and other ice formations in the extreme northern and southern portions of the Earth. So this resulted in a dramatic decrease in sea level that went below the current sea levels, our current sea levels, and uncovered a lot of landmass areas currently under the sea, which in turn connected the various islands today to form a large landmass, which we call as the Sundaland. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, so geographically, the Malay-Indonesia archipelago once formed a large landmass called the Sundaland. So incorporated the Peninsula Malaysia, Sumatra, Java, Borneo, and the surrounding islands of the Philippines and also Sulawesi. We were all then, back then, are all connected. Okay, so sea levels rise and retreat throughout the ice age. Okay, so the fluctuations in sea levels has been reconstructed and doesn't play an important role in this research until the final rise in the sea levels at the end of the ice age happened around 10,000 to around 15,000 to 7,000 years ago. Okay, so this has resulted in a series of flooding in the Sundaland area. So this rising sea level has devastated many communities, and the submerging of the previously habitat locations forced the movement of the peoples into decreasing land masses in the higher elevations. Okay, so at the same time, the rising of the sea levels was an important event that separated groups of people that once lived together on the Sundaland. So later on, we all have moved to many different places, and of course to the higher land areas. Okay, so it created a new condition that allowed for a high diversity of cultures, which was probably linked to the adaptations of the new local ecological system. So this probably started the process that ultimately resulted in the rise of the maritime cultures of the Austronesian speakers. Okay, okay. So next slide. Okay, maybe we can. Okay. So I just want to highlight that because we are talking about the Austronesian people, so we are focusing on the maritime people. So roughly, for maritime people itself, we have classified them into few groups. So some groups are those in the inland people, some groups are from the coastal adaptation, and some groups are the boat-dwelling people, or known as the sea gypsies. So these are all the people that speak in Austronesian family language. Okay, okay. So next slide. We can skip on the cultural approach. Okay, see, this is the out of Sundaland terrain. Okay, just skip on this part. I just want to share with you the data that we have collected. Okay, skip this part also. Okay, more until the data collection slide. Some more? Some more. Okay, lagi? Lagi, lagi. Okay, for data collected. Okay, so this data collection is not only done by me. I also rely on the literature. I mean, like on the previous work done by the researchers in Indonesia, researchers from the Philippines. So I just collected most of the data that I can found and uh try to make a pattern, try to find a pattern to analyze. Okay, so the data that we has gathered thus far, so we uh collected most of the data based on our fieldwork and also from the literature works. So the first one is we have collected the constellations and we themed it based on the hunting and gathering society. The first one, next slide. Okay, so these are the, okay, some more, sorry. Okay, so these are the data from the hunting and gathering society. Okay, so I would like to share with you. The hunter and gatherers, they have star constellations that name after their various activities associated with hunting and gathering. So, some gathering activities might also occur at the coastal areas. Okay, so from the left, so the first constellation is a spring spear trap that is used for hunting animals as small as porcupine up to the size of the elephant, followed by the jaw of the wild boar in the middle. And okay, the people of the Peninsula Malaysia call the spring spear trap as belante, while other ethnics in the islands of the Philippines recognize these constellations either as balatik, bayatik, belatik, gentau balatik, batik, or binawagan maksasawat. Okay, as explained by Professor Jesus Torres in the Ambrosius Balatik book. So the story of Balante is related to its neighboring star clusters. There is the Hyades cluster and the Pleiades cluster in the constellation of Taurus. So you can look at the, so this is actually the location of Orion, Taurus, and also the Pleiades on our winter sky. So these are all connected. Okay. So the Hyades cluster in the Taurus constellation, it referring to the wild boar's jaw. So the story goes like this. One day, a wild boar had eaten one of the 7 stars of Pleiades. Therefore, a warrior set up a trap to hunt down the wild boar. So he managed to spear the wild boar. When the head of the wild boar became rotten, a swarm of flies started to surround it. So the Dayak people refer to the jaw of the wild boar, which is the Hyades, as Raang Bai, while the ethnics in the Philippines call it as baka or sangat at bajak. So the flies swarming around the rotten wild boar, which is the flies, the swarm of flies referring to the Pleiades, is called langau or kufu kufu. So because the wild boar had stolen one of the stars in the Pleiades, only 6 out of 7 stars can only be seen nowadays by the naked eye. So the Semalai people from the Tasik Bera in Pahang, they is the sub-ethnic of the Proto-Malay of the indigenous group of Peninsular Malaysia, also have similar images of the trap and wild boar's jaw, but the name are different. So yeah, so this roughly shows how the knowledge of hunting and gathering theme constellations have widespread across Peninsular Malaysia, Borneo, and also the Philippines. Okay. Okay, so the next slide, we can check on the slash and burn horticulture. Okay, slash and burn horticulture is basically a modified hunting and gathering lifestyle that has been forced onto the people as a result of encroaching populations. Okay, so yeah, go to the slide. Okay, so the horticulture is, however, not sedentary, which is basically an inland adaptation. Okay, so there are still some form of hunting and gathering that supplements the main horticulture. So there is no direct evidence for slash and burn horticulture. So we are still trying to find, we are still finding out, but so far there is no evidence of horticulture. But we do have evidence of sedentary agriculture, and this comes from the Javanese people and also the people of Bugis and also some of the people in Sulawesi. Okay, so this group is the sedentary agriculturalists. So they are the white they are the wet rice agricultural the wet rice agriculturalists. Okay, so if you look at this constellation, so this is Waluku or the Bajak or the what do we call it, the plow, the field plow that you use to plow the paddy. Okay, so for ethnics of the in Jawa, Sunda, Bugis, and Makassar, so this star pattern envision a field plow that is known as Waluku or Weluku among the Javanese, Beluku for Sundanese, Rakalai for the Bugis, and Pajeko for the Makassans. So to my surprise, when we conducted an interview with the elders of the northern Thailand, in May 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So they also have the knowledge of this plow, the field plow, but they are from the northern part of the Thailand. Okay, so the annual movements of the stars in Waluku have been used traditionally to mark events in the cultivation calendar. So I think you can read more on this because you have better access to it lah, because it's in Indonesian folklore. Okay, so next slide. The last community is on the fisherman adaptation. Next slide, please. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the fishermen, they also have knowledge of the Orion, but they focus more on the 3 stars in the middle of the Orion to get their bearing to locate to the 4 main cardinal directions. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so roughly, these are among the constellations that we have documented across the archipelago, among the many ethnics that with the fishermen, with the coastal sea adaptation livelihood. Okay, so if you look at here, the Southern Cross or the constellation Cross is known worldwide to mark the southern direction. So from here, we can suggest that the idea of a kite can be related to the coastal areas, the stingray, the pufferfish, and the fish spear associate to the coastal shores, and the story of a woman with a carpenter and his inclined heart, the famous story of the Javanese, might be of coastal area or a riverine water dwellings related to sedentary agriculture. Okay, so the stories about the stingrays appeared among the Titan speakers of Manus and Mariti Islands in Papua New Guinea. The stingray pay represents the Scorpius and is associated with the shark Pio, which is made up of the stars in Sagittarius. And this story is similar to the Buginese people. Okay, so roughly what we can conclude here is that similar to the hunting and gathering, the knowledge of the people who shared the similar pattern of the night sky are widely spread across this Austronesian area. Okay. Okay, so from the data that I've presented in the previous slide, so we can deduce that there are similarities and dissimilarities among the various ethnic groups, especially the Austronesian speakers in Southeast Asia. So the similarities points toward the some common history among the associated groups, while the dissimilarities could have one possible interpretation in that the corresponding groups parted ways sometime in the past and afterwards developed separately. Okay, so we get back to the how the from the Sunda land itself, then it was submerged and then the people went scattered. So the people, they still carry the knowledge, the archaic knowledge of the astronomical systems, but after sometimes after very very long time span, so they have like some of them still maintain the knowledge, still maintain the cultural remnants, but they have altered it to suit their local ecological systems. Okay, okay, so that's about the second theme. And the last one, do we still have time? I hope you don't mind to share the third slide. Okay, so this is roughly on the folk calendar of the northern west coast of Peninsular Malaysia. Okay, this one it isn't that much. Just focusing on the Kedahan people of the Peninsular Malaysia. Okay, so the Kedah Kingdom is actually located on the northern part of the Peninsular Malaysia, encompassing from the southern Thailand. One time it was starting from the southern Thailand up until the island of Pangkor. So that was the area of coverage of the Kedah Kingdom in the past. Okay, so next slide, please. So let's look into how does this knowledge of the sky has been practiced in one of the kingdom. Okay, so roughly the Kedah Old Kingdom, based on the geological findings, the period has been suggested as early as 550 BC, before century. So what makes it even interesting is the bricks that they have found from the archaeological findings contain paddy husk, an identical practice to the Harappans of the Indus Valley. Okay, so roughly when the people are able to mix the bricks with the paddy husk, it means that the production of the paddy itself is huge. Until I mean, like, yeah, something that, yeah, like you have some leftover for you to do to use it for your to support your livelihood. Okay, so roughly paddy was planted on a wetland soil and harvested only once a year in Kedah. But in the 15th century, Kedah was the main supplier of rice next to Malacca, and by 16th century, Kedah together with Java has become the main rice importer in the Malay archipelago. So, and next slide, please. And in the 19th century, the new entrepot of Penang has overtaken Kedah as the dominant rice trading. So therefore, Kedah have shifted its focus from trading to only paddy planting. And since they want to focus on only paddy planting, so that's the reason when they start to plant rice twice a year. So when the Kedahan people started to plant rice twice a year, so that's when the starting point of the people started not to rely on the seasons itself, because they already have twice a year paddy. So they started to adopt the irrigation canal knowledge from Thailand. So they went there to learn from Thailand how to manage a canal for irrigation. So that's where the knowledge of this, we call it as Piama, the knowledge of Piama start to being forgotten. Okay. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, roughly, this is the traditional paddy practice for Kedah. Okay, for Kedah in the northern peninsula Malaysia. I think it's roughly similar to the traditional paddy practice in Indonesia. Okay, roughly, the wetland paddy took 7 months. This is the traditional way. Okay, so it took 7 months between planting and harvesting. So these works involve bioclimatological and sociological works, okay, involving wet season. So you must know when is the right time of the monsoon, because the job of planting paddy relies so much on the rain. Okay, so how in what way you want to identify when will the monsoon season coming. So one of the idea is by looking at the stars, by marking the sky, referring it to the rising of the Pleiades. But again, as what I've presented in the first chapter, not all people from the same community has the same petua, have the same knowledge. So some of the paddy planters, they are not referring to the rising of the Pleiades. Some might refer to the changing of the surrounding, so they are referring to like arrival of certain birds or arrival of certain insects. Okay, so this is the reason also why the knowledge of astronomy is not widespread among the Kedahan people. So it's actually a challenging work, because if you go for the field work and you plan to discover the knowledge of these astronomy practices, you might come with the result or you might not come with the result. Okay, so it's a very, I mean, like, it's not that challenging, right? It's a bit tough and tricky, and you need to really, I mean, like, it's sometimes also juggling of the of your luck also lah sometimes. Okay, okay, so next slide. Okay, the paddy planters, next slide, one more slide. Okay, so the paddy planters, they noticed that the Pleiades, or known as bintang tujuh, okay, or maybe in Java they call it as the bintang ketika, or Kartika, or Guru Desa. Okay, this is referring to the same star. Okay, so the paddy planters noticed that the Pleiades rose approximately 2 hours earlier each month. So they noticed that when bintang tujuh rose at dawn, so the sowing of the paddy must be started. So this was marked as the 8 months of Piyama. So the appearance of Pleiades symbolized that the sowing of paddy must be done to ensure the fertility of the paddy. So the rising of the Pleiades coincide with the monsoon season. So the raining season started to come in. So you must sow the seeds. If not, then you will miss that season and your paddy won't grow up to the criteria that you want lah. Okay. Okay, so another one is the chronicle rising of the Pleiades at dusk. This happened during the first month of Piyama, which came along with the strong gusts of the eastern wind, rain and flood. So this marked the time for harvesting. Okay, so the harvesting work also coincide with the Pleiades. And then the last one is the heliacal setting of the Pleiades at dusk. This happened during the 6 months of Piyama, which sets as a reminder for the farmers to prepare the bunds to collect rainwater on the field. Okay, so these 3 works shown here, the preparing of the nursery plot, the sowing of the seeds, and also the harvesting of the paddy, coincide with the rising and setting of the Pleiades itself. Okay, and next slide. The people, this is roughly what I've talked before. Okay, next slide. The heliacal rising of the Pleiades in June. The chronicle rising of the Pleiades happened in November. And then next one is the setting. Next slide. As the heliacal setting of the Pleiades happened in April. So these 3 Pleiades setting coincide with the Piyama paddy knowledge. Okay, next slide. Okay, the people of the Kedah also, they also have knowledge on how to measure the elevations of the Pleiades. Okay, if in Java, I noticed that they have knowledge about the elevation of the sun. When they notice that during this certain period, you need to take out your buffalo, and then you need to take back your buffalo from the field because it's already the sun is already rising up to certain height. But in Kedah, we have knowledge on how to measure the Pleiades. You don't use protector or certain angle to measure Pleiades, but you only use your hands. So when you when when you hold your hands up to certain angle, so it symbolize certain meanings. Okay, so like carrying seeds on the palm is roughly on 40 degrees, 30 to 40 degrees, and then another angle which they call as the melongso gelang, which the bangle slit down the hands, is around 60 degrees, and also rising eyebrows or mengangkat kening when the Pleiades is just right above your at the zenith area. So this all carries different meanings on when is the right time for you to sow the seeds. Okay, next slide. Okay, sure. I think that's about all about the Pleiades, and we also have knowledge about the sun, the transit of the sun, the zero shadow day and those stuff. But it's okay. I think yeah, roughly it's about all that I want to share. Thank you.
Dan tentu saja kemudian juga ada berkait dengan directional atau untuk yang kegiatan untuk arah gitu ya kira-kira. Tetapi juga highlighting dengan materi sebelumnya karena cukup banyak tadi ya. Ternyata memang kemampuan untuk membaca langit tidak semuanya sama teman-teman. Ternyata disampaikan juga ternyata ada pada spesifik grup tertentu yang kemudian terkait dengan kegiatan ekonominya dan ekologinya kira-kira gitu. Jadi pengetahuan tentang langit tidak semuanya sama. Ini kira-kira gambaran utamanya seperti itu. Dan yang terakhir pengetahuan tentang itu juga berubah sesuai dengan konteks dan kehidupan yang dilakukan. Kira-kira seperti itu karena 3 materi cukup banyak yang saya simpulkan. Terima kasih dan kiranya masih cukup waktunya tinggal terbatas ini. Thank you so much. Bu Nurul Fatini Jabat, thank you so much. And for the last speakers, I would like to give you actually the same time. Yeah, it's but so long. But please give as soon as possible, as fast as possible. President will give some explanation of the presentation about the Indonesian sky culture. Please be kindly to be present. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, walhamdulillah, wa syukurulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah ma ba'd. Singkat saja biar mudah pahami, langsung pakai bahasa Indonesia Pak Dekan. Bapak Dekan yang saya hormati, Pak Wakil Dekan, para kadir, hadir juga kadir ilmu falak dari UIN Makassar. Selamat datang Pak Raswan, Dr. Raswan, alumni kita Pak. Kemudian Dr. Awaludin, ini juga dari Mataram, alumni kita, Lombok. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, para narasumber yang luar biasa, Ibu Dr. Susana Hotman, selamat siang. Ibu Afifah Yamani yang luar biasa, dan Ibu Nurul Fatini Ja'far. Berapa kali saya bertemu beliau di beberapa acara di Malaysia. Saya kira seminar internasional ini sangat luar biasa. Saya berikan gambaran bahwa ini nanti akan bisa menjadikan UIN Walisongo Semarang sebagai penyambung langit utara dan langit selatan. UIN Walisongo Semarang berada di ekuator. Sehingga tadi saya bisik-bisik singkat dengan Bu Afifah bahwa Komunitas Astronomi Langit Selatan berdiri tahun 2007 bareng dengan UIN Walisongo Semarang program ilmu falak. Tangan tuh. Kemudian salut sahabat langit utara yang digagas oleh Ibu Fatini. Saya kira di tahun 2022 baru kemarin, dan tentunya sangat penting kita kolaborasi untuk kita bisa menyambungkan skema yang ada di langit utara dan langit selatan. Apalagi kita kehadiran seorang astronomer dari Jerman yang kita tidak ragukan lagi tadi memberikan gambaran yang sangat luar biasa bahwa ternyata rasi bintang itu selalu bergerak yang sangat dinamis. Dan tentunya ini nanti bisa menjadi peluang-peluang penelitian yang sangat terbuka untuk mahasiswa S1, S2, S3 ilmu falak. Mengapa demikian? Tadi saya memberikan hadiah kepada Prof. Susana dan Bu Afifah. Kita luar biasa. Kita punya Kiai Zubair Umar Al-Jailani. Kitab Al-Khulasatul Wafiyah. Ini satu-satunya kitab falak, Bu Afifah, satu-satunya kitab falak yang sangat komprehensif. sangat lengkap. Bahkan yang bisa kami sampaikan, ini bukan hanya falak dalam makna sempit, tapi ini kitab astronomi. Akan saya sampaikan dalam beberapa lembar buku di dalamnya. Dan ternyata luar biasa, termasuk membahas tentang rasi bintang. Ini mumpung ada Pak Dekan, sehingga penamaan Planetarium Observatorium menjadi Kiai Haji Zubair Umar Al-Jailani menjadi sangat luar biasa. Tepuk tangan untuk Win Walisongo. Mengapa demikian? Tadi yang digagas oleh komunitas astronomi Langit Selatan dan juga yang dibahas oleh sahabat Langit Utara, itu semua ada dalam wilayah kajian kitab Al-Fakultas Wafiyah. Sehingga menurut kami ini harus benar-benar kita bedah, kita upayakan, dan kita berikan yang terbaik. Bahkan informasi yang kami terima dalam catatan sejarah, kitab Al-Fakultas Wafiyah menjadi kitab induk belajar ilmu falak di Haromen, Mekah dan Madinah pada masanya. Beliau lahir tahun 1908 di tanggal 18 September. Ini kalau mahasiswa Win Walisongo ada hafal, kira dekat. Dan beliau berangkat ke Mekah tahun 1930, selama 5 tahun di sana dan menjadi guru ilmu falak di Haromen, dan pulang pada tahun 1939. Ini menjadi catatan penting dan hasilnya banyak hal yang bisa kami sampaikan di sini. Bisa ditampilkan, Mas? Lanjut. Sejarah penemuan rasi bintang. Saya mulai dari sejarah penemuan rasi bintang di Indonesia. Sangat erat hubungannya dengan beberapa faktor. Pengaruh kebudayaan maritim, nama-nama rasi bintang lokal. Hingga tadi saya baca, lanjut Mas. Saya baca dari Ibu Afifah yang luar biasa. Dan ini saya kira menjadi media yang cukup membuat masyarakat mudah mengenal tentang astronomi, hingga membangun astronomi budaya dengan membuat cerita baik berbasis gambar maupun visual maupun berupa media media visual yang dibuat oleh Bu Afifah dengan komunitasnya. Saya yakin ini teman-teman tidak harap lah, bahkan wajib ikut dalam komunitas Langit Selatan juga. Tepuk tangan dong untuk kita. Apalagi Pak Dekan, mahasiswa kita itu ada yang namanya langit. Bisa berdiri yang namanya langit. Ayo berdiri, langit. Tepuk tangan untuk langit ini. Namanya beken, Bu. Namanya siapa ya? Langit, Mutiara, Kembang Langit. Saya tidak tahu apakah cita-citanya ini ingin menguasai langit. Dan saya lihat setiap hari dia di planetarium, observatorium selalu mengamati langit. Ya, semoga ini nanti bisa menjadi hal yang sangat luar biasa untuk apa? Menjadi ahli langit. Kemudian ada penyesuaian dengan kalender musim, pengaruh astronomi Hindu, Buddha, dan Islam, dan peran dalam mitologi dan tradisi. Kemudian ada pengaruh barat. Ya tadi kalau saya ambil dari materinya Susana, tentunya akan menjadi sangat penting, itu menjadi pijakan kita, ya, di Susana. Karena masih muda beliau. Jadi beliau itu menyampaikan bahwa ternyata rasi bintang mengalami sebuah pergerakan yang dinamis. Sehingga kemarin ada isu rame bahwa Bu Afifah ada kajian bahwa dalam waktu dekat dinyatakan bahwa umur hari itu tidak hanya 24 jam, tapi bisa 25 jam. Anak-anak terkejut. Dan ternyata itu butuh dalam waktu beberapa ribu tahun. Jadi ternyata ini sudah tidak jadi manusia lagi. Gitu. Kemudian di dalam Islam, saya mulai dari Islam, Nabi Muhammad dulu ketika ditanya para sahabat tentang mana arah kiblat, Nabi Muhammad menjawab kepada para sahabat, sahabat, ini adalah bintang Qutbi. Ini menandakan bahwa Nabi Muhammad mengajarkan kita untuk selalu membaca langit, melihat tanda-tanda alam dalam ibadah. Sehingga tadi saya katakan kalau Bu Afifah konsentrasi di langit selatan, kemudian Bu Fatani Ja'far konsentrasi di langit utara, Walisongo Semarang ada di ekuator, dan lebih dahsyat lagi kepentingannya adalah untuk ibadah. Di antaranya adalah bintang Qutbi yang diajarkan oleh Nabi besar Muhammad Shallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Kemudian di Indonesia ternyata banyak tradisi, baik digunakan untuk navigasi laut, penentu musim, kalender agraris, pranoto mongso. Nanti masih ingat ketika Prof. Gofur sebagai Direktur Pasca, ada mahasiswa S3 kita yang mengkaji tentang astrobudaya. Bagaimana menentukan awal bulan Komariah di saat ikan-ikan yang ada di laut Gorontalo itu kumpul menandakan awal bulan. Dan kemudian menjadi astrobudaya. Ulfiah. Saya kira masih ingat Prof. Gofur sebagai salah satu pengisinya juga. Ini menandakan bahwa kajian astronomi bisa bersinggungan dengan budaya, bisa bersinggungan dengan peradaban, dan dengan yang tentunya yang diharapkan oleh Bu Afifah adalah membaca astronomi dalam skema budaya-budaya kearifan lokal. Saya kira ini bisa menjadi banyak penelitian, baik itu skripsi, tesis maupun disertasi. Lanjut, Mas. Dalam navigasi, bisa kita lihat diantaranya contohnya rasi bintang yang sering digunakan adalah tabu Orion. Tadi saya melihat di bukunya Susana, di situ memang luar biasa. Apapun yang dimiliki oleh Prof. Susana itu adalah berbasis rasi bintang. Jadi bukunya ini buku rasi bintang semuanya itu. Nah, ini bisa dicontoh oleh Pak Siva ini. Nanti planetarium observatorium membuat semua yang berbasis rasi bintang. Apalagi sudah punya mahasiswa yang namanya langit. Lanjut. Penentu musim dan kalender agraris. Dalam bahasa Jawa itu seringkali pranoto mongso. Dan ternyata menarik, ada ketersinggungan apa yang disampaikan oleh dari Malaysia tadi. Dr. Fatini Ja'far. Bagaimana dalam 1 tahun, dalam kalender Jawa dengan menggunakan rasi bintang, itu bisa mengidentifikasi. Ada mangsa terang, ada mangsa pengarep, ada mangsa panen, ada mangsa paceklik. Ini menandakan bahwa mereka selalu melakukan pengamatan langit. Bagaimana dia mencari yang namanya dikenal oleh rasi bintangnya Pleiades itu adalah Kartika di Jawa. Itu dianggap sebagai penanda dimulainya musim hujan. Dan waktu yang tepat untuk mulai menanam padi. Jadi saya sekaligus memberikan gambaran apa sampaikan oleh Dr. Fatini yang dari Malaysia Langit Utara tadi menskemakan di beberapa budaya di Indonesia. Kemudian juga menentukan untuk kegiatan sehari-hari. Misalnya dalam menentukan waktu malam dengan kegiatan berburu, memancing. Bahkan ini saya juga mau klarifikasi, nanti Pak Siva coba tanyakan pada Prof. Susana. Ternyata di GPS Global Position System yang kita pakai untuk mengidentifikasi titik koordinat, di situ ternyata tertuang bagian yang menjelaskan tentang ada waktu berbaik untuk berburu maupun menanam. Ini menandakan ternyata teknologi juga masih membaca tanda-tanda alam untuk kehidupan kegiatan sehari-hari. Di dalam beberapa PowerPoint yang saya sampaikan ini nanti juga ada di sini. Ini kalau kepercayaan mitologi dari beberapa masyarakat kita tentang spiritual dan magis dalam banyak tradisi lokal di Indonesia. Suku Dayak, Bugis, Jawa, bahkan seringkali mengkaitkan bintang tertentu dengan dewa-dewi ataupun roh leluhur. Penentuan arah kiblat dan waktu sholat. Nah, ini yang kita berikan apresiasi di dalam Islam, mengamati benda-benda langit. Di sini diantaranya seperti Syariah yang kita kenal dengan rasi bulan Pleiades itu digunakan untuk menentukan waktu sholat maghrib dan isya di malam hari. Di kita Islam, kita UIN Walisongo Semarang yang basicnya falak memanfaatkan langit, pengamatan langit untuk ibadah. Dan saya kira ini menjadi sangat penting dan tentunya akan menambah ketakwaan kita kalau kita tahu kebesaran Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Kemudian ini saya sampaikan bahwa kitab Al-Khulas atau Al-Wafiyah adalah ilmu falak yang berbasis astronomi. Mengapa saya katakan itu? Kita lihat daftar isinya dalam beberapa kitab ini cetakan yang baru. Tapi makanya saya usul sama Pak Tifa, kalau kita namanya Planetarium Observatorium Kegiger Upar Al-Jailani, tentunya kitab ini bisa kita siapkan di sini pada para pengunjung dari mancanegara maupun dalam negara itu bisa memiliki kitab ini dengan mudah. Karena memang mencari kitab falak nggak mudah untuk mencari buku-buku yang lain kan gitu. Saya kira ini bisa kerjasama dengan cetakan Menara Kudus yang menjadi maktabah yang mencetak kitab ini secara khusus. Kita lihat coba di dalam halaman 21, 22, 23 diantaranya. Di situ dalam kitab Al-Khulas itu kajiannya astronomi. Dan itu tidak saya temukan di dalam kitab-kitab falak yang lain di Indonesia. Kitab Nurul Anwar, Samsul Hilal, Ersadul Murid, Pak Kiai Zubair, kemudian kitab-kitab yang lain, bahkan kitabnya Mata Usakid. Kitab-kitab yang selain kitab Al-Khulasatul Wafiyah, itu hanya pada kajian untuk data-data matahari, bumi, dan bulan terkait dengan penentuan awal bulan Komariah, gerhana matahari dan bulan. Sedangkan dalam kitab Al-Khulasatul Wafiyah, semua benda langit itu dikaji. Mars, Jupiter, rasi bintang, Buruj, itu semuanya ada dalam kajian. Ya, kemarin dalam beberapa kelas saya sampaikan kepada mahasiswa falak, wajib bagi mahasiswa ilmu falak UIN Walisongo Semarang memiliki kitab Al-Khulasatul Wafiyah ini. Ini kitab induk dan bahkan orang pertama kali di UIN Walisongo Semarang. Lanjut. Kemudian ada beberapa pergerakan langit yang dikaji di dalam kitab ini. Tentunya ini menjadi hal yang sangat penting. Rasi bintang, bintang kembar, Taroton, bintang singa, Al-Mizan, kemudian bintang kala, bintang kala, Al-Qos, Dalwu, kemudian pemburu, Jatyu, Akrab, Kalajengking gitu, dan yang lain. Ini masih banyak lagi dan ini dikaji semuanya di dalam kitab Al-Khulasatul Wafiyah. Ada Mars, ada Venus, ada ekuatorial, Ketuor, itu semua di dalam kajian ini juga terbahaskan dengan baik. Jupiter, Mars, Saturnus, dan lain-lain. Ini menandakan bahwa kajian ini sangat lengkap dan berbasis astronomi. Berbeda dengan kitab-kitab falak yang lain. Maka tadi Bu Afifah sudah tak kasih kitab satu, Bu sana juga saya kasih supaya nanti dipelajari di sana, diterjemahkan pakai bahasa Jerman boleh lah. Tadi yang saya katakan dalam GPS ini sekaligus memberikan PR kepada mahasiswa, bagaimana ternyata GPS yang ternyata alat-alat canggih juga masih memberikan sebuah gambaran tentang waktu baik untuk memancing dan memburu ini contohnya. Pada jam berapa ini yang suka mancing biasanya harus pakai GPS. Kapan ikan mulai siap untuk dipancing kan gitu. Kemudian beberapa rasi bintang di Jawa, Makassar ternyata ada identifikasi yang berbeda-beda. Makassar, Jawa, kemudian Aceh, Padang, Makassar, Bali. Saya tidak akan bacakan satu persatu, lebih memberikan secara global karena keterbatasan waktu yang sudah sangat mendesak ini. Kemudian ternyata ini semua ada manfaat yang dilakukan oleh masyarakat-masyarakat suku kita. Ada Jawa, Bugis, Makassar, Aceh, Padang. Nah ini tentunya bagi mahasiswa UIN Walisongo yang ingin konsentrasi pada kajian satu bidang ini, perlu ada sebuah kajian yang dikolaborasikan secara sains. Apakah memang benar posisinya masih seperti dulu kala atau mengalami sebuah pergeseran? Bagi gambaran kecil aja, umum, sekarang musim penghujan dan musim kemarau sangat susah untuk diidentifikasi. Apakah ini masih cocok digunakan untuk kajian Pranoto Mongso yang namanya Desember itu besarnya sumber atau apa dalam bahasa Jawa itu biasanya, apakah itu masih bisa diidentifikasi dengan tema itu? Saya kira ini menjadi wahana-wahana yang sangat terbuka untuk kajian-kajian mahasiswa kita. Sehingga menurut saya sangat luar biasa pada hari ini seminar internasional yang tentunya berharap bisa mempertemukan langit selatan dan langit utara. Kita UIN Walisongo Semarang yang ada di ekuator. Dan tentunya dengan kajian basic ilmiah dari astronom Jerman, Prof. Susana ini tentunya bisa menguatkan kita lebih modern dan lebih berani secara sains mengedepankan sains dalam meningkatkan semangat kita, terutama kalau dalam ibadah, menguatkan ibadah kita dengan kebenaran sains yang dapat dipertanggungjawabkan. Demikian kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Akhirul kalam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Prof yang sudah menjelaskan hampir sama dengan yang disampaikan oleh Bu Nurul Fatini tadi yang terkait tentang konstelasi. Tapi Prof Izzuddin meng-highlighting tentang bahwa ada hal yang menarik juga, tidak hanya sekedar dalam budaya farming ataupun agriculture, tetapi juga ada konteks juga tentang peribadatan. Ya, saya kira tadi dijelaskan termasuk untuk arah, kemudian bahkan juga untuk yang lain. Saya kira itu highlightingnya teman-teman sekalian. Oke, so ini sudah jam 12, kiranya kita should be finished at 12:30 I think, or maximum at 1 o'clock. Oke, so oleh karena itu silakan boleh, ini ada Q&A, question and answer. So please, if you have some questions rather than confirmation or responses, please raise your hand. Maybe I give you 3 persons from this side, on the center side, and the left side. Okay, please raise your hand. Don't be hesitate. If you want to talk with Indonesia, it's okay, because we are talking Indonesia actually, except Bu Susan Hoffman, I think, but we can translate later. Okay. Okay, Mas Awaludin, there was one, and the second, okay? Each one of you, okay, for the center one? Okay. Okay, that the second one. What about the female? Just waiting this person, because the speaker here mostly is female, okay? Yeah, Susan, Wafifa, also Bunurul Fatini. So I hope to be one of the responder will be female. Okay, there is no one, just only 2%. Oh, 3. Okay, thank you. Oh, the fourth one. Okay, okay. Maybe the organizer will help to share the mic to the someone who to ask. Oke, sebut nama, tanyakan ke siapa yang mau ditanyakan kepada 4 narasumber. Would like to give some short.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang kami hormati Bapak Dekan Fakultas Syariah, para narasumber yang telah hadir, terima kasih banyak. Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja Pak, karena saya lihat bahasa Inggris moderatornya jauh lebih hebat daripada saya. Uh, Pertama, saya ingin berterima kasih atas semua materi yang telah disampaikan, karena paling tidak ini membuka jalan baru bagi dunia falak untuk akhirnya berani keluar dari enam pembahasan yang itu saja. Paling tidak awal bulan, hijriyah dan segala macam. Akhirnya sekarang kita berani keluar daripada garis itu. Saya ingin khususnya ingin kepada Bu Afifah sebagai pendiri Langit Selatan. Bu, saya dari Lombok. Di Lombok juga kami punya beberapa folklore atau kemudian mitologi berkaitan dengan bintang Pleiades. Kami menamai di sana sebagai bintang Rowot. Lalu kemudian dikaitkan nanti ada satu mitologi namanya Putri Mandalika. Nah, yang kemudian nama GP sekarang, tempat MotoGP itu sekarang Mandalika. Nah, seorang putri yang kemudian bagi masyarakat Lombok sebagai putri yang cukup cantik diperebutkan banyak laki-laki, lalu kemudian lebih memilih bunuh diri daripada didapatkan oleh satu laki-laki. Nah, bagi beberapa masyarakat Lombok yang paling besar populasinya meyakini beliau itu kemudian melompat di ujung pantai selatan lalu berubah menjadi nyale atau binatang laut semacam cacing berwarna-warni. Dan itu akan muncul di bulan Februari atau Maret. Tapi kemudian beberapa orang yang mengamati langit meyakini bahwa Putri Mandalika itu menjelma menjadi bintang yang kemudian disebut dengan bintang Pleiades atau bintang Rowot. Nah, ada sedikit perbedaan ketika bahas bintang Rowot di langit. Ada yang menyatakan sebagai putri, tapi di sisi lain beberapa orang itu menyatakan kalau di Greece atau Yunani, bintang Pleiades itu seven sister atau 7 bidadari, yang kemudian Jakatarup kalau di Jawa. Tapi di kami malah bukan seven sister, mereka bahkan tidak perempuan, tapi laki-laki. Jadi Pleiades itu bukan perempuan di Lombok, tapi seorang laki-laki. Sementara Orion yang gagah itu, kami menjadi perempuan. Nah, ini bagi saya ini harus diceritakan, tapi sekali lagi Bu, karena kami di Falak, lalu kemudian memiliki batas-batas tertentu, saya sampai sekarang tidak berani mengeluarkan tulisan itu karena tidak tahu harus kemana. Dapatkah kami berkontribusi nanti di Langit Selatan? Itu pertanyaan pertamanya. Cerita-cerita tadi seperti di Lombok diyakini bahwa naga makan bulan itu juga ada. Lalu kemudian kenapa harus ribut? Ya namanya orang lagi makan, kalau diributin pasti dimuntahin lagi. Sehingga gerhana itu akan balik lagi. Bahkan di Lombok itu gempa itu diyakini bahwa kemudian di dalam, jadi ada dua naga, naga langit dan naga bumi. Kalau naga bumi, dia bergeser sedikit maka gempalah di Lombok. Itu yang keyakinan masyarakat kami. Artinya kami memiliki beberapa folklore ini yang kemudian saya dari sejak 2016 meneliti soal etnoastronomi, tidak memiliki ruang untuk menulis ini. Karena saya pernah mengirim tulisan di BMKG, dipertanyakan mana bukti catatannya. Sementara ini folklore, gimana kami mencatatnya? Saya pernah nulis di beberapa jurnal ditolak juga karena tidak ada catatan semacam kalau di ini kami hanya punya papan warige. Itu pun simbol-simbol. Itu dikatakan bukan catatan. Nah, ini yang kemudian saya berterima kasih sekali ada ruang. Mungkin banyak di antara kami di sini yang punya cerita-cerita kecil soal langit malam, tapi tidak bisa disampaikan dalam dunia ilmiah, tapi akhirnya kami menemukan ruang ini. Saya berterima kasih sekali. Terima kasih. Terima kasih, itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan.
Oke, mau direspon langsung?
Terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya dan juga ceritanya menarik sekali. Sebenarnya ya boleh tentu saja. Jadi kami tunggu kiriman ceritanya, nanti kita tinggal kolaborasi. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, maybe for Susan, do you have to give some more explanation about the Pleiades? Because in some tribe, actually in Lombok, there are different meaning about the Pleiades. Some recognize as seven sister, but other than in Lombok, they recognize as seven brother maybe.
Laki-laki dengan ribuan tangan sehingga banyak kelihatan.
Seven brother with thousand of hands. That is quite different because the Pleiades known in Lombok people as Rowot. Rowot it means just I don't know, it's indigenous specific term for Lombok because he's just like Putri, maybe or put what it in putri.
Princess.
Princess that he would like to some arranged marriage because he denied for arranged marriage. He come to the sky and transform into the Pleiades. What do you think about the folklore related with the Pleiades? Give more for information about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I mean, for the Pleiades, they are close to the celestial equator. Therefore, they are visible all over the earth. So each and every people all over the earth has made their own, say, mythologies, folklores, legends, calendar functions, and other purposes connected to the Pleiades. So we can narrate as many stories as peoples, probably as many stories as languages, and even more, because as I have explained here, the star lore and the mythology changes over time with the change of religion, culture, and so on. So that is not only one book. So I could write many, probably each and everybody of us could write many books about the Pleiades and their lore. What I can say that the modern name Pleiades originates from ancient Greek, and ancient Greek had the star lore of a nymph, sort of nature lady, nature fairy, who gave birth to 7 daughters. And this is the Greek lore. So they say that the nymph named Pleione gave birth to 7 daughters. But this is only a Greek lore, which probably originates from a misunderstanding of a Babylonian text. Because in ancient Sumerian time, another 2000 years earlier, probably around 2000 BCE, this asterism was not named Pleione, Pleiades, or anything like that. It was just named the star cluster, the group of stars, without any number. But it was linked to a deity that was probably somehow connected to the netherworld and to the cult of the dead. So when somebody died, they performed some rituals and so on. And this asterism was probably somehow related to that. Sumeriologists and archaeologists do not know exactly what they did, but it was somehow related to that. And this deity, this divine entity, consisted not of one god, but of 7 gods, 7 sort of holy divine weapons. These weapons were able to speak to the humans. They were somehow considered dangerous, but also you could, talk to them and make them not dangerous for you. And they considered this tradition, this belief was forgotten in ancient Greek times, even in the Babylonian area. So then people, either the Akkadian-speaking Mesopotamians or the Greeks or anybody else, did not know anymore and reinterpreted this line in the text, connecting the star cluster with the 7 divine weapons as great gods, connected them as an entity of 7 stars instead of seven gods. And then the Greeks had a problem with their Pleione, and they probably invented this star lore of Pleione, the nymph, giving birth to 7 daughters. And that is why it is present in modern English, and with modern English it's spread around the world. On the other hand, it is known that for unknown reasons, some of the Aboriginal peoples in Australia also have a tale of 7 sisters. So this is probably unrelated to the ancient Greek term, and we don't know yet how this is from what this originates, because you never see 7 stars in the sky in that area. So I think I can explain how the modern mythology of the 7 came into being because of a misunderstanding or wordplay in the transfer from ancient Mesopotamia to ancient Greek. But still, there's a huge amount of unrelated other things. But as I said, the Pleiades at a pole position, at a position close to the celestial equator, had a function, a purpose in almost all calendars. For some, as I have said, for the Greeks, it caused the meaning of seafaring or not seafaring. For others, it was the reason of maybe feeding or harvesting or anything. You bring in the harvest when the fruits arrive. Fruits are mature. You don't need the stars. But you need the stars for determining the correct time for feeding. And this has probably been used all over. And we still need to discuss that. And also for the ladies and so on, the moon has always, or in many cultures, been interpreted as something female due to natural reasons. And the moon being female, covering the Pleiades, again causes a connection with female, god, daughter of someone, and so on. And the moon can, until now, and has been always possible to cover the stars, to house stars in space. So that may also contribute for the stars. Thank you.
Cukup jelas ya Mas awalnya. Jadi memang pada dasarnya Pleiades cukup banyak dikenal di folklore ya, karena memang Pleiades punya horizon ya atau tempatnya memang dekat dengan ekuator, sehingga sebenarnya bisa dilihat oleh banyak kebudayaan baik yang di Southern Hemisphere di selatan maupun di belahan utara, dan kemudian karena itu kemudian punya cerita yang cukup banyak. Tapi khususan menceritakan bahwa ternyata memang ada relate-nya, ada relasinya antara dari Greeks yang kemudian dipengaruhi oleh Mesopotamia dan akhirnya kemudian tapi memang ini menjadi sesuatu yang memang ke arah folklore itu sekali lagi sangat terkait dengan apa yang terjadi di kebudayaan masing-masing. Saya kira seperti itu. Thank you so much for the content. Oh, silakan Bu Afifah mau nambah sedikit lagi. Silakan.
Mungkin di sini lebih tahu ya karena di sini Jawa Tengah dekat sama Jogja. Tapi setahu saya dulu Mas Widya Sawitar almarhum pernah cerita bahwa Pleiades itu juga terkait dengan tarian Bedoyo Ketawang. Jadi ada 7 penari, tapi bisa juga 9 penari katanya ditambah oleh Kanjeng Ratu Roro Kidul, something sesuatu tentang ya balik lagi kepada kepercayaan setempat pada saat itu. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Bu Afifah. Jadi menambahkan lagi bahwa ternyata juga pemaknaan dari Pleiades itu seringkali kemudian sangat dikaitkan dengan kultur masyarakat setempat. Tadi Pak Widya almarhum yang juga sangat kental dengan ilmu astronominya menceritakan ternyata seperti tadi yang diceritakan Bu Afifah. Oke, thank you. Maybe the next yang mau bertanya kedua tadi siapa tadi? Yang sebelah sini. Oke, boleh disebutkan dan ke siapa?
Alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Silakan.
The first one, let me introduce myself.
Oh, that's good.
My name is Basot Surya Al-Qadri. I'm from UIN Alauddin Makassar.
Okay.
Okay. I will ask to Miss Afifah about ethnoastronomy.
Okay.
Pakai bahasa Indonesia di. Nah, jadi di kampung saya itu ada suatu budaya yang dimana setiap kali terjadi gerhana, para masyarakat itu akan mengadakan suatu tradisi atau budaya. Nah, budayanya ini bisa dibilang ada kejadian yang lumayan keramat lah istilahnya. Misalkan ketika malam hari ada satu orang yang akan diutus untuk berjalan keliling kampung. Nah, orang yang berjalan ini berjalan melewati batu bara yang sedang panas. Nah, padahal di hari biasa seharusnya ini tidak wajar toh. Secara sains juga seharusnya kurang masuk akal. Nah, terus juga ketika siang hari ada beberapa persembahan yang saya juga kurang paham untuk apa dilakukannya toh. Nah, jadi apakah itu adalah kesalahpahaman yang harus diluruskan atau kultur yang harus dipertahankan atau dikembangkan? Ya, sekian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Boleh saya jawab ya? Pertanyaannya agak sulit. Satu, karena saya bukan ahli budaya. Jadi saya hanya menggunakan cerita-cerita yang ada untuk kita memperkenalkan astronomi. Jadi agak sulit kalau saya bilang harus mempertahankan atau tidak. Tapi balik lagi, kalau kita bicara tentang budaya dan kita ingin masyarakat kita mengenal budaya yang ada, mungkin itu bisa bukan diteruskan apa ya? Saya lebih ke arah diteruskan ceritanya karena itu bukan sesuatu yang saintifik. Kalau nanya saya selalu bicara dari sisi sains. Jadi itu bukan sesuatu yang saintifik, tapi kita kalau bicara dari sisi kebudayaan, apalagi kita di Indonesia selalu dibilang jangan lupa dengan kultur dan jangan lupa dengan apa yang diajarkan nenek moyang. Mungkin tidak pada bagian kita percaya lalu kita bikin persembahan, tapi mungkin itu menjadi sebuah catatan yang harus kita buat turun-temurun. Perkara terusin dan tidak dari sisi kebudayaan, mungkin lebih pas kalau ditanyakan pada ahli budaya dan ahli sejarah. Karena point of view mereka pasti berbeda dengan point of view saya. Kalau dari saya lebih tertarik untuk melestarikan cerita yang ada, untuk kita ceritakan pesannya dari waktu ke waktu. Karena tentunya kenapa persembahan itu dibuat mungkin terkait dengan kepercayaan masyarakat setempat pada saat itu, melihat bagaimana mereka melihat matahari dan bulan. Apakah itu menjadi sebuah mungkin dewa-dewi yang dipercaya sekali atau sesuatu yang bisa dibilang kayak tadi saya cerita di presentasi saya bahwa kebanyakan melihat matahari itu sebagai sumber yang memberikan kehidupan di bumi. Karena ya tanpa matahari, coba Anda bayangkan kalau nggak ada matahari bagaimana dengan kehidupan di bumi. Nah itu bagaimana masyarakat masa lalu melihat semua itu dan mereka memberikan penghormatan mereka. Jadi ketika terjadi gerhana mungkin mereka berpikir bahwa mataharinya sedang marah. Kita melihat kebudayaan menurut saya tidak dengan kacamata sekarang yang sudah sangat maju. Kita coba melihat dan menelaah dengan kacamata mereka, mengapa mereka membuat itu. Dunia berubah, kepercayaan kita berubah, tidak masalah. Tapi biarkan cerita itu ada, perkara itu masih dilakukan atau tidak, ya harusnya bergantung pada kepercayaan masyarakat sekarang ya. Tahu saya Indonesia, masyarakatnya saya nggak tahu, di sana kepercayaannya masih seperti itu atau tidak. Tapi kalau berdasarkan 6 kepercayaan yang ada sekarang, harusnya itu tidak dilakukan lagi. Tapi balik lagi untuk bertanya hal seperti ini, itu bukan bagian saya, itu bagian dari ahli kebudayaan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih dan kiranya cukup jelas tentang itu ya. Berikutnya yang nomor 3. Sama-sama sudah ada juga? Oke. Yang ketiga berarti Alfi. Silakan. Alfi. Sebetulnya di sini ada seseorang yang namanya juga Suroya, Bro. Suroya. Itu Suroya adalah Pleiades. Kalau tadi ada langit, ada juga nama orang yang jadi some student has some similar name with the constellations. That mean in Suroya it's Pleiades. The person here is present now, but he just keeps silent and asking for something. Okay, please go ahead. Just give some question to the speaker that you want to head it to, please. Alfi.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the time. And let me introduce myself. My name is Nailul Alfi Hidayah. You guys can call me Alfi. And I want to ask some easy peasy question. Okay. As we know that the stars have proper motion and star will move depending on the direction of their proper motion, right? And although the movement of the proper motion is very slow every year, very small every year, it will affect the position of the stars for 10 of 1,000 years in the future. And the first question is a little bit same with Mas over there. Yeah. Jadi to preserve star lore or sky culture that has existed since ancient time. Jadi untuk melestarikan kebudayaan tentang langit ya tentang bintang-bintang yang udah ada sejak zaman dahulu, do we need to reformulate calculation with correction to the motion of the stars so that the constellation can still be used according to their function, or just make it a culture that needs to be remembered? And do we need to make an asterism for 10 of 1,000 years in the future when the position of the stars has been greatly affected by their proper motion? And the second one related to Miss Afifa said earlier, yang tadi Miss Afifa katakan sebelumnya, bahwasanya kita harus mengumpulkan nih Skylore atau kebudayaan tentang langit ya yang ada di Indonesia. Jadi pertanyaannya itu bagaimana sih cara kita merepresentasikan imajinasi dari nenek moyang kita dulu, sedangkan langit yang kita lihat sekarang itu nggak relate gitu ya dengan yang nenek moyang kita lihat pada zaman dahulu. Untuk melestarikannya ke generasi yang lebih muda itu gimana sih caranya kalau kita lihat langit aja nggak relate kayak gitu. Dan yang terakhir, in my thesis, I discuss about determining daily kiblat using stars. Jadi di tesis saya membahas tentang prosedur kiblat harian menggunakan bintang lokal. And there are more than 20 until 30 stars that can be used as a determinant of kiblat direction in the ideal sky condition in one location, and the number of the stars can be different in the other location. But unfortunately, this method will not be optimally used in the cities like Semarang. And the question is, how important is studying the stars if in our sky now there is a lot of light pollution and the dim stars are no longer visible at all? That's it. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I think Bu Susan Hoban has to write something. But before you reply the questions, I would like to give some chance to Bu Fatina, Bu Nurul Fatina, Fatini, because she give you some question, but you can give more some reply to that questions, maybe. Hello?
Hi, hello.
Yeah. Can you reply something about the question about the constellation has changed? So what do you think about the to respond for that? Okay.
Okay, regarding that question, so far, I mean, like, I will talk about my, the session of that I've done. So for Malaysian case, we are not focusing much on the constellations that have been affected by the position of the Earth. But I do, yeah.
The connectivity of your connectivity may have some problem because I can hear your voice has been stuck and so it's not so clear. Would you like to give some more position to get much more good voices? I'm so sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me
Yeah,
clearly?
this better. Okay.
Better? Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, regarding the effect of the precision of the Earth, for my case, in Malaysia, we do not focus on that as much because, but I do believe that maybe Aviva can comment something on the Borobudur. Yeah. And some more for us in Malaysia, not much communities are focusing on the Polaris itself, except for the Batik people. Basically we are only focusing on the on the Big Dipper, not on the Little Dipper. So there's not much comment on myself on that. Just one more is that if you want to cooperate the precision of the Earth and the effect of the stars, it is relevant if you want to reconstruct a new star map, for example. As for my case, many has come to me and asking me to construct a new sky map. The issue is that we in Malaysia itself, we have a lot of cultures. I mean, and from these cultures, there are like very little constellations that have been documented so far. So I cannot come up with the star map as yet. And for another question, which is about I forgot the last question. It is about, what was it? The last question.
Yeah, the last question is about the, nowadays, because the sophisticated of the, the light pollution, about the light pollution, because, so the much more skies become fainter. So we,
Or is it relevant or not?
will it give some
Okay,
importance?
okay.
Mhm.
Actually, one of the plus point of studying this cultural astronomy is actually um, on the communication of science to the native people. It's more on the, what do we call it, the science for the what do we call it, the science for the public. I mean, like, for example, I mean, like, from the anthropology school of thought, we highlight much on the ethnocentric elements. So uh, usually the perspective of knowledge from one culture, it's actually raised from their own culture itself. So you need to understand knowledge based from their point of view, based from their culture, based from their perspective. So to have this, I mean, the I mean, is it relevant or not? Especially on when you want to reconstruct their local ecological calendar, then that knowledge is relevant to them. But again, when you talk about is it still relevant or not, then you need to. It's not only about the precision of the earth, about all these things. Some of the global warming issues nowadays is also affecting. So we need to consider all this part. So when you are studying, actually, I mean, like my Bapa Kiai also, Tuan Haji Hanafiah also, he told me that when you are studying Falak, it's actually not only about this astronomy things that you based on the mathematical findings only. It's about everything all around you. You need to know about the environment. You need to know about the flora, the fauna, the people all around you, the culture, everything. So that's what Falak from his perspective, and that's what I'm applying for through our Sahabat Langit Utara. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your explanations. Tidak saya terjemahin ya, karena saya kira Anda paham. Okay, so please would you like to give some responses about the last aspect? I think this
Yeah, thank you for these questions. I want to give you some easy peasy lemon squeezy answer. So for the first question concerning the proper motion, you are absolutely right that the stars themselves do move to opposite directions. So the stars of the Big Dipper, for instance, go one this and one the other way. And so the shape of this dipper or handle or wagon or however we interpret it will change over time. But this does not affect the history because the constellations and asterisms as we know them have been written down, say, 3,000 years ago, not earlier than 3,000 years ago. Maybe we have some paintings that are 4,000 years old, but 4,000 years in terms of proper motion is almost nothing. So proper motions are in the range of arc minutes per year or arc seconds per year. So you not even reach a degree within this time span. So actually, from ancient time, from the star catalog that I presented from Ptolemy, written in ancient Greek, because this was the lingua franca, but actually Ptolemy was based in Africa. He was based in Egypt. So he had written down something that, and summarized, compiled something that was even older in knowledge. And from his time, he had in the small constellation of the triangle, hardly visible here because the stars are rather faint. So 3 stars form a triangle. So you would expect that the triangle is made of 3 stars, but Ptolemy's triangle had 4 stars. Because one star, so it's a long triangle like this, and one star is in the middle of the baseline, he says. So the small baseline of the triangle, in the middle of this baseline is a star. This star is still in the triangle, but it's not in the middle between these two stars anymore today, 2000 years later, but it shifted towards one of them. So this is one issue where we can recognize that a constellation was slightly changed. But this is, I mean, from among these 1,028 stars in Ptolemy star catalog, one of them we observe a shift in proper motion. And this star is really faint and hardly visible. I mean, in Semarang, not visible. So actually, I think for the next 2000 years, we are still safe with our constellations. The more important question is, what do we do about preservation of the cultural heritage and the function of these constellations? And this is, I think, the reason why people started to discover precession 2000 years ago. Because they had sources, they had written sources like Molapin saying that a specific asterism should rise when, I don't know, the Nile flood happens, or when, the Euphrates has high water or anything. And then they discovered a shift, that this happens a little bit earlier or later, the events in nature. And they do not match the stars anymore. And I think this was one of the reasons why they started to observe the stars more closely in around 200 BCE. So roughly a millennium after Molapin had been compiled and copied throughout the centuries. So then they started to see that something's going on there, at least in the ecliptic and equatorial area. It was not visible close to the northern pole, because these shifts there are too small. They were not able to observe them. But I think first, how did they deal with it? First, for instance, they used the constellation of the Crab, the asterism, which is not recognizable, but there the sun is when it starts to go backwards. And in those days, when they started to use it in the second millennium BCE, then the Crab was in the evening sky close to the young crescent. And then they started to see a shift, and then the Crab marked the position where the sun actually stood. So the Crab was behind the sun when the solstice happened. It was not visible anymore in twilight. So they started to notice a shift there, and they just transformed the calendar. Do not observe the Crab next to the young crescent, but observe the young crescent next to something else, and the sun behind the Crab. So this is what we can do about precession, about keeping the tradition of using these asterisms. Next step would be next to the morning crescent, 2000 years later. So this is what we can deal with, and the proper motion will not be that important. At least if humanity keeps us alive, I mean, if we don't kill each other with atomic bombs or something like that, then we will manage to find solutions for, I don't know, 3 big years, 3 big circles of precession, because after 3 big circles of precession, say in 75,000 years, then proper motion may become somehow relevant, because then Procyon will be in the position of Sirius today. So for the close stars like Procyon and Sirius, we will notice a change, but Orion will still be in the same position as it is now. So, and the other 2 questions concerning the light pollution, well, keep our environment alive and dim the lights in Semarang that are not needed, and then you will reduce light pollution, and you will observe the fainter stars for the Qibla direction. So this is something that we should deal with. This is our task to do to preserve the nature. And the more important problem will become what we don't have influence on, will become in the next time the huge amount of satellites that do some traces in the sky. So sometime perhaps we will reduce light pollution and will not produce the smoke, the air pollution anymore, because stop burning all the rubbish. Then the sky will be clearer, and light pollution will also be reduced. So that will be something that we can deal with, but still we as individuals cannot deal with the huge amount of satellites and orbiting sources, Starlink, and so on, that are sent in orbit by huge companies and not by us as individuals. So this is something else that we will have to face in the future. I think this answered your question.
Oke, pertanyaannya tadi terkait dengan apa yang sudah kita peroleh dari cerita-cerita nenek kakek kita ya, yang mungkin sudah berubah sekarang. Sebenarnya cita-cita itu nggak masalah untuk terus diturunkan seperti itu. Mungkin bagian kita untuk menelusuri ke masa lalu, bintang yang dimaksud itu yang mana, konstelasi yang dibicarakan yang mana misalnya. Nah itu kita bisa telusuri dengan program yang ada sekarang, dengan software seperti Stellarium, dan itu sangat membantu untuk kita memahami bagaimana mereka melihat konstelasi pada saat itu, bagaimana konstelasi itu mungkin berguna buat kehidupan mereka, baik itu untuk maritim atau agriculture. Nah kemudian untuk masa depan ketika konstelasi itu berubah, posisi bintang-bintang berubah yang tentunya bukan di era kita, sama seperti kalau kita mundur ke belakang, mereka melihat itu, mereka nggak tahu bahwa sekian puluh ribu tahun ke depan itu akan berubah untuk generasi mendatang. Nah, kita tahu itu akan berubah, tapi bukan berarti kita mengubah cerita. Biarkan cerita yang ada hidup seperti itu. Mungkin akan ada cerita baru dari zaman kita untuk orang-orang di masa depan, atau bahkan nggak ada cerita lagi, karena zaman sekarang kita sudah memahami sains dan teknologi, maka persepsi kita tentang bintang-bintang itu akan berubah. Kita tidak lagi melihatnya sebagai sebuah, kita tidak perlu lagi bercerita dari sisi, oh ini ada nih, Leo itu seperti apa sih misalnya, atau bagaimana masyarakat Mentawai melihat tentang 8 bersaudara yang kemudian istri-istrinya berubah jadi istrinya berubah jadi triangulum atau jadi sabuk Orion gitu. Jadi itu kita nggak perlu lagi, kita menceritakan dari sisi sains jika ilmu pengetahuan belum benar-benar berkembang seperti sekarang, untuk menjelaskan apa yang menjadi persepsi masyarakat pada masa itu terkait benda-benda langit. Mungkin itu bisa menjawab. Terkait light pollution tadi saya cuma mau nambah dikit bahwa melanjutkan dari Susan, kita bisa untuk mencoba ikut serta memberikan masukan ke BRIN untuk terkait dengan mereka sedang membuat space policy, dan itu bisa kita jadikan masukan baik tentang light pollution maupun tentang satellite constellations. Walaupun saya juga agak bingung karena BRIN akan bikin satellite constellation. Thank you.
Bu Afifah, dan saya kira closing remark, Prof. Izzuddin, closing remark.
Terima kasih. Saya kira hal-hal yang bersinggungan dengan perilaku budaya masyarakat kita, terutama yang berhubungan dengan pranoto mongso kayak yang dilakukan oleh masyarakat Jawa. Tentunya memang saya setuju dengan Bu Afifah tadi, bagaimana melihat perilaku budaya dengan pengamatan benda-benda langit itu adalah dikaji dalam perspektif pada masanya. Namun pada masanya itu tentunya dengan teknologi teknologi yang makin canggih seperti Stellarium yang tadi dipakai, tentunya bisa digunakan untuk mengecek keberadaan langit pada masanya. Kemudian bisa dikaji kembali pada era kekinian. Jadi dalam bahasanya kajian dalam hukum Islam seringkali ada teori double movement yang tentunya membaca keberadaan pada masanya, namun pada masa sekarang kita lihat dengan skema alam yang masa begini, skemanya harus bagaimana. Sehingga nanti itu bisa memberikan sebuah kontribusi, masukan kepada masyarakat yang masih melakukan budaya itu, bisa berubah dan harus berubah ketika ada skema langitnya berbeda. Saya kira ini menjadi sesuatu hal yang penting dan tentunya memang harus hati-hati, jangan sampai kita begitu mudah mengambil justifikasi hukum. Kajian ilmu falak yang dengan seminar internasional ini akan mengajak kita sangat terbuka sekali untuk mengskemakan falak tidak hanya sempit pada 5 atau 4 bidang kajian yang berhubungan dengan ibadah, namun kita bisa masuk pada ranah budaya, perilaku masyarakat, dan tentunya harapannya kita bisa memberikan kontribusi yang baik terhadap keberadaan ilmu astronomi, ilmu falak di dalam kancah masyarakat kita. Terima kasih, semoga manfaat dan barokah.
Baik.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, due to time limitation, I can continue. Actually, you have asked many questions after because actually you can follow the Langit Selatan, also Langit Utara, because I think it's all is open discussion. But by the way, give a big applause for all the speakers. We just come to the final ceremony. And I do want to pretend to wrap up the result of these discussions because it's so many things, but it's depend on you and because it's been highlighting. So for the last, we are going to the awarding ceremony. Okay. For this ceremony, we would like to give all the speakers. I'm so sorry for the Bro Nurul Fatini because you are so far away from here. Maybe the wording ceremony will be held maybe later. I'm so sorry for that. But the speaker was standing here, attending here, please, the dean, and also the vice dean will give some wording, some certificate for all the speakers. So that please be kindly in the front of the stages and to getting for this. Please be kindly forward to the stages.
Maybe for the last certificate, even give to Miss Nurul Jafar, and it will be show in the screen. Please show the certificate for Bu Nurul Fatini. Yeah, this is the certificate for Nurul Fatini Jafar from Malaysia, and it show in the screen.
Thank you. Thank you.
And for all participants, if you want to get the certificate, you can see the screen and you can take the barcode for the certificate. Maybe we will take a photograph with all participants here and it take from here. Para peserta dimohon untuk merapat sini ya. Nanti kita foto bersama sekarang. Nanti sertifikatnya nanti aja nanti dulu. Ini masih lama tayangnya, santai saja. Berdiri ya, teman-teman semuanya. Ya, kita berdiri semuanya. Merapat ya, geser ya. Oke, yang mana dulu, yang mana dulu, yang mana dulu. Oh, yang kamera dulu ya, Mbak ini ya. Semangat dulu jempol. Salam hilal gini, salam hilal. Terima kasih atas partisipasinya teman-teman semuanya. Sampai ketemu di event berikutnya yang akan diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Syariah dan Hukum Walisongo Semarang.
Oke, saya informasikan teman-teman, nanti sore barangkali ada teman-teman yang mau mengobservasi bersama Bu Afifah dan Bu Susan untuk mengamati komet. Nah, mengamati komet, silakan nanti insya Allah observatorium akan mengadakan observasi komet, tapi waktunya karena ini kometnya akan muncul kurang lebih sekitar menjelang maghrib, oleh karena itu kita kurang lebih jam 5 kita open, lalu nanti setelah itu selesai. Mungkin silakan teman-teman yang berkeinginan untuk mendapatkan pengalaman how to observe the comet. So please be kindly join the observatory observation for the comet. Kira-kira begitu. Terima kasih dan akhirnya saya tutup dengan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's okay.
ولما تلاقينا على سحرامة ولما تلاقينا على سحرامة وجدت بنانا عامرية حمام فقلت خضرت الدم بعد فراقنا قالت معاذ الله ذلك ما جرى ولكنني ولكنني لما وجدتك راحلا بكيت دمعا حتى بللت بقتارة مسحت بطرف البنان مدامعي مسحت بطرف البنان مدامعي فصار خضابا باليدين كما ترى يا يا نسيم الصباح سلم على باقي الخال نبهها من منامك نبهها من منامك وانت يا من ترى في جمالك مزين شعرنا منام شعرنا منام سلم على الشكاف يلا فوق روح روح
Incontinentia urin adalah kondisi melemahnya otot kandung kemih. Jadi, urin yang keluar tidak bisa